radio generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kirinyaga woman representative Njeri Maina has described as unfortunate the court's decision to uphold the 2024 impeachment of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Speaking after the ruling on Monday, Maina, who also appeared for Gachagua in court, said the case was never about money but about protecting the constitution and ensuring that institutions follow the law. She maintained that Gachagua will not accept a reported 50 million shilling award, saying he went to court in pursuit of justice and not financial compensation.
Because we cannot allow this to pass. I mean, future proceedings like that will refer to such judgments, and it is unfortunate. So like they say, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. We shall get going. You know, we are not here for the money. It is not about the money. It is not about the money. It is about the integrity of the Constitution of Kenya. It is about the integrity of the processes that are undertaken by our institutions that are governed by law.
The president of the Law Society of Kenya, Charles Kanjama, has condemned the reported arrest of former Chief Justice David Maraga and other protesters during a demonstration against proposed car park project at Nairobi National Park. In a statement posted on X on Monday, Kanjama said the arrests were an attack on constitutional rights, noting that the protesters were exercising their right to peaceful assembly. The former CJ has since been released after LSK sent a team of lawyers to secure his freedom and that of other protesters.
And then they tell Chief Justice Emeritus Maraga, you are released, but the rest of those who are with him are kept in the cell. So of course he refused to leave until he knew the fate of his fellow protesters, which is the right thing to do. So it is quite scandalous what happened. And I think what the Law Society of Kenya wants to do, because we have to bring this kind of incidents to an end, is to first of all find, through access to information requests, who were the people responsible for this operation.
An autopsy on the body of 19-year-old Eugene Tuko, a student at the Kenya Medical Training College, has revealed that he died from multiple injuries and severe internal bleeding. Tuko is alleged to have been pushed from a moving Nico company bus along Thika Road. He was rushed to Kenyatta National Hospital, where he later died while undergoing treatment. Meanwhile, two directors of the Nico Transport Company have been charged in court and released on a bond of 1 million Kenya shillings each.
The probable cause of death was a severe bleeding due to force from a blunt object that we suspect ni taya ilimkanyaga. Now, as a family, we are still worried that wale watu walifanya hii kitu up to now hawajashikwa.
Nilikuwa nimempenda sana. Alikuwa wa kunituliza. Alikuwa wangu wa hapa wa karibu kabisa. Mimi nimepoteza kabisa.
At least 35 people have died after magnitude 7.8 earthquake struck off the coast of Mindanao Island in the southern Philippines, officials say. The quake hit at 7:37 local time on Monday, triggering tsunami alerts in the Philippines, Indonesia, Japan and Australia. The warning were cancelled or downgraded hours later. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. It is the home of hard truths and bold insights. Right now, it is 5.5 minutes for 6 o'clock. How are you doing? It is the 9th day of June 2026. Allow me to remind you to file your taxes, File your tax returns tafadhali. If you haven't, msifanye ile mambo yenu mnafanyanga last minute alafu mnafanya system inajama alafu KRA anaanza kufanya extensions zingine useless zenye zisaidii mtu yoyote. All right? And something interesting that you need to know about this today. Of course, a lot of things have happened. According to the United Nations, really hawajapatia siku kitu yote. They have not assigned it. And that's why I think World Toilet Day or World Father's Day should come to one of these fine days that do not have
there is
a designated
day.
On the same day as International, I think it's International Men's Day. Let me just confirm. It's either International Men's Day or International Father's Day. But why they would put it together with the toilet, it's beyond me. City, good morning.
Morning, Paul.
Uko fiti?
Mimi nashukuru niko mzima.
Yes.
Unaona
ni kama life ina kutreat vizuri venye inavyofaa?
Sana.
Uliona venye President Trump ali stomp out of an interview of election rigging claims. Interviewer asked him, well, your thoughts on this maneno ya rigging? The guy was just like, excuse me, ma'am. And then he stormed off the interview, sorry. And he was like, bwana, hii fake news media yenu mtapeleka huko mbali.
Trump. This is his season and his time.
Yes, it is.
So we will observe and watch how he goes about his business.
Yeah.
And then it will come to an end.
You know, I actually think he's a very interesting guy. Like on a serious note. Unajua venye, there are those friends or cousins or relatives that you look at you and are like, hey, I wonder what this guy thinks. He must be in his own bubble where everything is just, where everything circles around him and he's just having a good time around it and there's no way you can convince him otherwise. For me, that is Trump. And I find that to be some very good energy.
That energy makes sense so long as you're not a head of state,
Yeah. Kuzumse akangi ni kama yuka sirika.
If you are the chairman of a golf club, ni sawa tu, eccentricity can be accepted.
Yes.
You're the president of a nation like America.
That has got nuclear weapons.
No. Nuclear weapons is among the few things it has. It has a position on the planet. Hey, no. That mercurial personality for a president.
Yes.
That's a recipe for disaster, man.
Yeah.
And it'll be one disaster after another, after another, after another. Because the things that fellow seems to think are okay.
Someone else who fascinates me is our own president. Apart from that one time where he went off on people's physical appearance, kaanza kusema sijui watu fulani wamenona, wengine sijui wako na shida gani. Apart from that one time,
wengine hawana mabibi.
Wengine wanaenda kuchukua mabibi za wenyewe, wengine wana impregnate watoto. Apart from that time that he said that, I don't think our president ever gets angry. Like ile angry ya kishenzi ile.
No. And he also very rarely responds to taunts or what have you. Ni kama water, they say in English, is water off a duck's back.
What off a duck's back?
Water off a duck's back.
Oh, maji kutoka kwa mgongo ya bata.
Yes.
Okay. Now I was trying to understand what on earth you just said.
Anyway, it is true. It is true. I was pontificating on this matter of the xenophobia in South Africa.
Yes.
And you know how it is, you want to then read on the subject, you want to listen to what commentators are saying. And there's one commentator who said something I found particularly interesting.
Yes.
She's called Mungai.
Okay.
She was correlating the time when Zuma was president of South Africa.
Yes.
And how two things characterized that time. It was a time when there were very many scandals. In something involving some people called Guptas, something involving God knows who. There were many issues.
Yes.
And it was also a time when HIV was ravaging that particular country. He said, but the thing that was also interesting about that time, one didn't hear chants and rants of xenophobia, not much. And according to her, part of the reason was there was an understanding among the players that it was a time for them to eat. So they were pillaging. This is her assertion that a lot of the problems that you see have to do with political players who are bargaining for something.
True.
So they instigate and they fund and they fuel what we're looking at as xenophobia so that they can get something from the then government.
Okay.
She says, and sometimes it has to do with internal strife within political parties. She says, like in this case, she thinks there's unrest within ANC.
It is the biggest party in
Yes, and as a result of that, you are seeing all these things taking place. Okay? She says, if you look at South Africa,
yes,
and if you look at how it is that people function, said it is always what is at the forefront is not what you want to look at and consider to be the issue. You should ask yourself, what else is actually happening
behind the scenes?
Yes, because we're seeing this. What is it a manifestation of?
Yeah.
And I thought it was a good perspective to consider.
Ever since I understood who mziki wa Christina Shusho, nipe macho ni one. You know, she's always asking for that third eye to see things from a different perspective. Of course, in her case, it's a spiritual perspective. Start looking at, why is CT behaving the way he's behaving? Why is he doing this? Why is he giving me this? Could there be a reason behind that has a spiritual connotation? But inatupatia pia nafasi nyingine ya kuinterrogate our politics. Looking at our politics with a third eye. Whenever you see a politician saying something about another politician, you know, he's not just saying, there's something about it. Or when a politician comes and does things in your neighbor
Bless you.
Thank you. In your neighborhood, and you're like, but why is this person doing what he's doing? Why is he saying what he's saying? There's always a reason behind it. And you're right. Hii mambo lazima tuiangalie vizuri tena sana.
Kuna kisababu.
Lazima tuinterrogate. Okay. So I just found out, I just confirmed that November 19th is International Men's Day, and it is also World Toilet Day on the same day. So I'm petitioning the United Nations. I know they're listening, or at least someone there, even if it's the janitor. Can you move that day? Either move the toilet or the men, but we cannot share. You shouldn't share a day with toilets. Sindio? But only on that particular day, which I hope I'll remember to tell you about it, we usually also commemorate sanitation, water, issues to do with water rather, because toilets, water, sanitation, more or less the same thing.
And the men.
How can they do that to us?
What else is commemorated on the day of World Women's Day?
I would have to check.
No, we'll check.
Yes.
And figure it out. They again, let's apply the same logic. There must be reasons why they decided that we should be near the toilet.
So which came first? Do you think it's the toilets that came first, or it's the men that came first, as far as assigning that day?
I suspect the thinkers behind this. I'm not going to subscribe any gender to whoever the thinkers. Well, I'll just say the thinkers.
I'm sure it wasn't men.
The thinkers of this particular notion, I think, started off with the men, and then some suggested, surely this is incomplete.
Situweke choo pale ndani.
Then it is complete.
Yes.
Because wengi wa jamaa, hiyo voivo tu.
Pana. Acha niseme kama Kingangi. Alright, it's 13 minutes past 6 o'clock. Before Sitio tupatie methali, Kijiji Sports wamesema, good morning great Kenyans. If the judges claim it's not about the money, then it's only about one thing, the money. Na ameweka in capital. I like this, what Kijiji Sports amesema. Lydia Cherono amesema, good morning Paul and City, listening to you here in San Antonio. Unajua San Antonio iko wapi? San Antonio iko
USA.
Mahali ambapo nita Google saizi. San Antonio. Yes, so San Antonio is a city in Texas. Yeah. Yeah, iko USA, ulikuwa umeipata for sure. Yeah. So San Antonio, 7th most popular city in the United States of America. Yeah, that's where Lydia is currently listening from, the land of Donald Trump as well.
Donald si mtu wa Texas bwana.
No, nimesema
USA.
Yeah.
Kwao.
But wait a minute. Donald could be from Texas.
Donald
J. Trump is from Texas.
anatoka Texas.
Let me just confirm once again.
LBJ najua alikuwa anatoka Texas. Lyndon B. Johnson najua alikuwa ni mtu wa huko. Lakini huyu brother anatoka Texas kweli?
Wacha tu ni confirm. Unajua hii ndio uzuri ya interneti.
Yes, yasemaje hiyo.
Right. So according to the internet,
DJ anatoka wapi?
So DJT is not from Texas.
Yeah.
He was born and raised in Queens, New York.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Sawa. He's definitely not from Texas. And again, they say that he established his real estate career there before eventually making Palm Beach, Florida, his primary residence. Unasikianga ile mahali wanaitanga Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. So Mr. Donald J. Trump is definitely not from Texas. He is from tumesema ni wapi?
Mar-a-Lago. He's from Queens actually.
Queens, New York.
Yes.
Haya, tupate methali.
Right. We are still in the Republic of the Mauritius.
Yes.
Let me tell you a little bit about Mauritius.
Tell us about. Utatuambia juu ya president wao leo.
Okay. The president is called Prithviraj Singh.
Prithviraj Singh.
Yes, nikwambia. And then hiyo ni jina yake as in Paul.
Ungekuwa umetoka Parklands ungesema Prithviraj Singh.
Stoki huko.
All right.
And then jina yake mbuvi yake ni Rupun.
Rupun.
Hiyo ni jina yake.
Okay.
Then akona VP yake
Vice President you mean.
Vice President jina yake yeye anaitwa tu Eddie. Okay?
Eddie
Borsezon.
Eddie Borsezon.
Yes, then there's a prime minister.
Okay.
Called Pravind Jagannath.
Pravind Jagannath.
Yes.
Good for them.
Then they have a speaker called Surujdev.
Surujdev.
Yes.
Okay.
Then double O, then there's a double O. That's what you say. I went Surujdev.
Surujdev. Okay.
Yes, and then his surname is Fakir.
Fakir.
God Almighty.
Good for them.
They got their independence on the 12th of March, 1968.
A lot of these African countries got their independence in the 60s, eh?
No, the majority got it in the 70s, late 70s.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry, late 50s.
Late 50s.
Kichwangu, no. Kichwa ilienda mahali. A good number got it in the late 50s. Then you are actually right. The early 60s is when they seem to have been very many people getting independent.
Yeah, because hizi methali umekuwa kituambia countries unasema hii ilipata 60 sijui 1, 62, 63, 67. Okay.
Currency yao is a Mauritian rupee. We know where that influence comes from, don't we?
But of course we know. It is very, very obvious. Yani iko ovyo.
Okay. The proverb.
Okay.
The cleverness of one alone is a shallow well that soon dries up.
The cleverness of one alone is a shallow well that soon dries up.
Yes.
Ni ukweli?
Yes.
Intelligence yako ni yako tu. Usipoendelea kuongeza maarifa kidogo hiyo kitu ita evaporate. And how do you ongeza? Of course you have got to interact with people.
Yes.
Yes, like after joining the People's Breakfast, I have actually learned a lot. Siku hizi najipatanga mahali hata naongea mpaka anasema no but alafu nafikirianga nikiongea kama city I'm like no actually let me tell you see so my intelligence was a shallow well that was gonna dry up had I not met people like City and of course our guests who had a wealth of knowledge as far as the conversations we
they certainly do.
Yeah, we hold
they most certainly do.
Yeah.
They most certainly do.
So it's a good thing. I like this proverb from our Mauritius brothers and sisters.
Yes.
These folks knew. Wahenga wa Mauritius walikuwa wanajua kinyo wanasema.
Ni wahenga wakishua.
Chambilecho. Watu walikuanga fiti sana. All right. So kuna Mutodhia Vyaka amesema good morning City and Mbuvi from Kitengela. Good morning. Jamal Nura saying morning sir, msalimie City Muga na ameweka in capital letters. Msalimie City Muga sana. Alafu nawapenda sana and I really love to listen to you as usual. Jamal, thank you so much. Kagema Mudhami amesema morning gents, Edna leo umeamua no sound. Edna, ni kama kuna mtu anasema sauti iko na shida, hebu angalia, but niye pekee amecomplain. So Kagema, hebu ongeza volume kwa radio. How do you say ongeza volume in sign language? Oh, actually amejicorrect, amesema ignore that, it's on. So ni volume yake ilikuwa na shida. Alright, sawa. Kagema, thank you so much for coming through. Na wale wengine wote najua wana watch na hawasemi chochote, shukran tena sana, karibuni. We also have MC Tonje. MC Tonje amesema tuning in from Muhoroni. Karibu sana MC Tonje, and thank you so much. Now kuna mtu hapa amesema hide my ID.
Okay, let's hide his ID.
It's actually a lady.
Their ID.
Amesema hide my ID. Men are toilets, least to say.
Hiyo tulikuwa tumeconclude. Tukasema sisi hatutataja gender. But when that discussion was taking place at the UN.
Yes.
I said, World Men's Day, excellent idea. Somebody akasema this thing. And this is incomplete. Then someone in the backyard said, why don't we have a toilet?
I mean, please, throw in a toilet. No, tulisema ni the other gender. Yes, please, actually, can we put a toilet next to the men there so that we can all celebrate, we can remind ourselves what men and toilets have in common. Yes, wrong. Anthony Omolo amesema good morning Mbuvi and City, I'm listening from Juja Waitavie. I enjoy your show, keep educating us. Anto, karibu tena sana. Haya, let's get on to that thing called radiogeneration.co.ke. There's this story that broke my heart yesterday. Award-winning Somali referee Omar Atan, said to be the first from his country to officiate at the World Cup finals, was denied entry to the United States. A sports ministry official from Somalia said it was not immediately clear why Artan was barred from entering the US at Miami International Airport, but Somalia is one of several countries on a travel ban list introduced by President Donald Trump's administration. Okay, this guy was denied entry. Now, Somalia is on a list. But bwana, when hizi list hazinanga exceptions? Once someone has been accredited by a body such as FIFA, he has been accredited by the African subsidiary, Sekafa na wale wengine wote. Is it Sekafa? Or is it CAF? I don't know. But one of those guys. Surely. See, this is someone who should be at least given, let me put in quotes, special treatment.
In whose country?
In the land of the free.
Nope. They make their own rules, my man.
It's true, and I agree, and I'm not, but I'm just saying.
Don't apologize when we want to pinpoint. The thing is, this is a terrible time to be a world power.
Yeah.
Terrible time meaning in the information age, everything gets known, everything is known by everybody everywhere.
Yes.
And everybody gets to discuss it. It is next to impossible to hide anything.
Yeah.
Okay? Mm-hmm. Trump and how he treats what he calls foreigners has been clear.
Okay.
If people who are in his own country, some of whom also happen to be citizens, are treated as foreigners and as aliens and as immigrants, it is strange though.
Yes.
There is no country in the world with is peopled predominantly by immigrants. It's the States and Canada.
Okay.
The people who first went there, who went there, found natives whom they then proceeded to kill in large numbers, decimate, almost to the point of extinction. Theirs is a country of immigrants. Yes. But those who think they got there first think they have a right, and they're predominantly Europeans. Yes.
This is the World Cup, Mazi.
No. You see,
and the World Cup is in your country.
It is.
I mean, surely.
It is in your country. There will be an appeal. FIFA will appeal. There'll be an appeal, and there will be. But you see, my friend, the underbelly of Trump's policies when it comes to people whom he considers immigrants, okay, or people whom he considers should go back to their country, it would be laughable if it wasn't so tragic.
Yeah.
Somebody whose ancestors also came from some other place. One of the things that is instructional about these lopsided views that people have and policies that people start in order to sort of like set certain precedents with people they don't particularly like is that you never quite see how that law can catch up with you. And with Trump, it has caught up with him.
Yes.
Because his wife, her family, his children. If that law that he has pushed for is applied strictly, it would affect him very directly too.
For sure.
Yeah. There are these things that you could learn from when we have all our members of parliament seeking to keep amending the laws and keep amending bits and pieces of our constitution to suit their purposes now. Kindly remember, how will this law apply to you when you're no longer in power? Because when it's in power, it suits you. And when you're not? Because, truth be told, for the vast portion of their lives, they will not be members of parliament. No. And they will not be in position of authority.
Clearly.
Those are positions that people hold for a season. And this permanent and pensionable that some of us understood, it's gone. This is contract, 3 years, renewable.
Wamefanyia pia Iran something similar, because Iran has got some games it has to play in the group stages, and 3 of the games have to be played in within the US. So currently they're staying in Mexico.
Wanaishi Mexico, hiyo ni kweli.
Yeah, sasa waliambiwa siku ya game you fly in, play, after you're done with the game straight to the airport, fly back to Mexico. The next time you're playing, fly into the US, play your game, then fly out.
Is that not utter madness?
It is. These people need to rest. They need to practice, and many other things that come with such a high intense environment, especially a competition.
You actually need to be there to relax, to acclimatize. After you fly in to play, you will lose that game.
Once you play, you fly back to Mexico, to your village in Mexico. Then again, in the morning of the next time that you're playing, same thing.
When you're in a position of power and you believe you can do what you like, you behave this way, you will not always be in a position of power.
Hey.
But I suspect that those in power understand that the American power is in decline. Sharply so. I am saddened that this is indeed a great nation. When I look at just the number of people over the years who have found refuge in that country, people who've had a fresh start, people whose lives had been shattered elsewhere and have regained it. I look at just the educational facilities. I look at the research findings. I look at just the grand, wonderful things that America has benefited this globe that we live in with. Then they get one person whom they elected as president, and they start engaging reverse gear. We actually forget all these wonderful things that we related America with. Haki. Now we just think of how they want to get rid of people of color. And now it's being exacerbated. You have a gentleman who is a referee with FIFA being denied entry because his country,
by the way,
he's on some no-fly, whatever it is.
On some lists.
Yes, and then Iran, because they currently have a problem, which the US began. It is not Iran who started this problem.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, there are some 15 officials from Iran who will not be allowed to fly into the US. They will stay in Mexico. Yeah. And the reason for that is they are saying, according to the report that I read, apparently these people are suspected terrorists. So kuna watu unajua ile entourage inaendanga na team. Kuna watu wa medical, kuna coaches, kuna this.
There's a whole team that comes with the players.
Kuna psychologists, kuna watu tu. So kuna 15 of those officials wameambiwa nyinyi, as the team comes to play, you are definitely not coming here. But they are saying that because there's a mandatory age in Iran where everyone has got to join the army. So some of them are veterans.
It is not just Iran.
Yeah. So wanasema ama veterans wenu hao specifically nani wakuji. Players na coach mnaweza kuja. Yes, the rest please have sombreros.
The Olympics is in their country, and it is their country, and they can determine how they want to run it.
Right.
But history will have the final say on this particular subject.
Assault. LSK condemns arrest of ex-CJ Maraga during Nairobi National Park protests. CJ Maraga alishikwa jana because of this particular protest. They're protesting that construction, that the relocating of the orphanage from its current location. They said they're taking it where? I'm forgetting, but there's a place they're taking it. So Maraga was there to protest. He was bundled into a vehicle together with other protesters na wakafungwa, na wakati wa kuachiliwa alisema hata toka hadi kila mtu awachiliwe.
Somebody decided to give Maraga's campaign a boost because we had forgotten about Maraga. Now we've been reminded that this is a presidential candidate who is actually standing for something meaningful. The problem with these things, it is called relocation, but clearly they are protesting and saying these guys want to take this land.
Yeah.
Yes, hiyo ndio shida.
Sasa mtu alikuwa na protest hii kitu.
By the way, ni haki yake.
Na unajua usi mtu yoyote mmekazia. Huu ni XCJ mmekazia.
That is why I've told you kuna watu wamedecide that they want to reintroduce Maraga to the electoral process and as a matter, somebody who stands for things which are right and correct, like Edna. Yes, that is the thing that
I mean, anyway, you know, sometimes I just look at how things are being done. Hata makara walitumwa umshike. Sasa unajua nafikanga mahali unaambia usije. Sasa mkubwa tufanye aje hapa, because mimi sitaki ni manhandle these guys in his 70s. Sitaki ni kushike mahali nivunje manze mguu. Sasa tufanye aje? Anyway, according to the LSK, that was assault.
mtu ambaye alituma hao polisi.
Yes.
Ngoje tuanze kujibu atueleze alikuwa anafikiria nini.
Kanjama alisema hivi, that is Kanjama is the president of LSK.
Yes, he is.
The Law Society of Kenya strongly condemns the shocking arrest of Chief Justice Emeritus Maraga and environmental activists protesting the irregular allocation of 76 acres of Nairobi National Park. Yes.
Hey!
How could you story? 76 acres.
I knew of it, but you acres ni mingi.
Yes, of the national park. Yeah.
Imeallocatiwa nani?
Wacha nimalize statement ya Kanjama. Bundling a retired head of our judiciary into a police vehicle for peacefully opposing a 4.2 billion shilling project reportedly pushed through without public participation is a direct assault on the civic space guaranteed under Article 37 of the Constitution.
76.
Bro, 76 acres. They are relocating the orphanage to this place, and where the orphanage currently is.
Where are they relocating it to?
Somewhere just within the Nairobi National Park. I think it's somewhere opposite Bomas of Kenya. From if I remember the conversation well. Alafu hii ingine sasa hii yenye mali orphanage iko currently.
What are we building there?
Haya. You have asked the right question, and other folks have been asking other questions which I also think are very correct. Hii story ya Talanta Stadium itatukula kichwa. Si tufanye hii kitu ndio traffic.
Let's.
Lakini fikirieni kwa kina. Ni mimi haswa kinafanyika.
This is Radio Generation.
Greeting, Earthlings. We have now taken over your radio.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Saturday mornings belong to one countdown.
All right, clearly that is not traffic, eh? But let me give you the traffic update as Edna sorts out the other thing that I'm supposed to read over. Now, here's what is happening on Ngong Road. Ngong Road is not looking bad at this particular hour. Haile Selassie, for example, is looking cleaner than it does on the other days. Like yesterday, nilikuwa naambia Haile Selassie, the traffic starts at the August 7th Memorial Park, right? But as you're getting past that and get into Landis Road, everything is looking good. Then there's Valley Road. Valley Road is not looking bad. Actually, it's looking extremely well. This morning you can cruise there, but please keep it within the speed limits. Agwings Kodhek Road pia iko sawa kabisa. Keep it within the speed limit. Kula watu wa ya center mnasonga vizuri. Kikambala Road huko pia mna stress yote. James Gishuru, it's been a while since I actually looked at traffic around here, eh? It's looking good, but once you get to this place known as Mzima Springs Road, that is where now traffic starts as you're heading towards St. Mary's, eh? Hapo kameshikamana. Ukienda huko ukipita Kabaserian Avenue, uende zaidi akiangai hii traffic imeenda all the way mpaka Wayaki Way where James Gishuru meets Wayaki Way. But when you join that Wayaki Way, the expressway or the other way, uko tu sawa unasonga vizuri tena sana. Alafu ukienda huko side za Loresho, uko sawa. Let's check out Let's check out hii barabara nyingine inajulikana kama Thika Super Highway. Now, Thika Super Highway kama kawaida hainanga stress yoyote. The only thing that you will encounter on Thika Super Highway is that issue at Pangani, but from the look of things, maximum 5 minutes delay. And after that, you're going on well. If you're coming all the way from Kenyatta University, oh my goodness, what's not happening here? Kenyatta University is stretching all the way to Githurai 45. And past that, as you're heading towards Kasarani, hapo ndio utapatana na magari ya kisogamana, lakini zaidi ya hapo, uko tu sawa. Kama unatoka sehemu za Roiro mnasoga vizuri, hapo hakuna stage yote imeshikamana. Watu wa Kibo, watu wa huku ni wapi, Kalimoni huko, Kenyatta Road, nyinyi wote mko tu sawa. Alafu kirudi nyuma kidogo baka Juja, watu wa Juja Boys, yani JKUAT, nyinyi mnasoga vizuri, hamuna stress yoyote. Alafu sasa tutoke huko twende Kamakis. City, when is the last time you were at Kamakis? It's been a while, eh?
I don't know.
So that is the Eastern Bypass, yeah? Probably. Eastern Bypass going all the way to, to Embakasi. Watu wa Islands, mnasonga vizuri. However, when we get to Benedicta Utawala, huko side za Mihango, that is where now you start moving slowly. But this, from my estimation, is again maximum 5 minutes delay through that traffic as you get yourself to Airport North Road. Ukule sehemu sasa za Embakasi. Sasa hii ndio Emba sasa hii. Unaona uko Airport North Road. Ukuje utokezea Southfield Mall. Hapo uko sawa kabisa. And then now you join barabara ya kawaida ya kuenda town. Unaona Imara Daima? Hapo kameshikamana. So if you can use Old Mombasa Road, good for you. Or better yet, if you can get on top on the expressway, even better. Yeah, you'll just have to part with a few coins here and there. Going back all the way to Kitengela, you guys are moving quite well. Amna shida yoyote. Can we zoom out and zoom into Mombasa? Yes, indeed we can. So here we are. Mombasa County, leo acha niangalie barabara zingine because hapa kwenye kisiwa cha Mombasa naona hamna shida yoyote. Naangalia mambo ya kule marshalling yard huko, ni kama magari hayasongi hata kidogo, yani in terms of magari kwa barabarani hamna. Dedan Kimathi Avenue pale hamna gari hata moja, hata pikipiki hamna, hata kisululu yani baiskeli hamna. Kwa hivyo nikitoka niingie katika bara la Afrika kule sehemu za Kongo ya Market, huko naona mwasonga vizuri. Traffic kidogo ukitoka pale Joka Hospital sehemu za Kingeleni, lakini zaidi hapo mnasonga vizuri. Links Road pia haina shida yoyote. Kule sehemu za Flamingo, Nyali nini hamna shida, mwasonga vizuri tena sana. Watu wa kwenda beach leo nakwambia mtapunga hewa. Kwa hivyo ukiona chochote barabarani kile nafaa kujua, mbona usilonge nasi katika mitandao yetu Radio Gen KE across all of them. Let's get into the paper check. And we shall start, kabla nisahau Kiswahili changu, kabla nisahau ile accent ile. Ile accent ile ya Kiswahili. Acha nianze na Taifa Leo. Na wanasema kinachomsubiri Gachagua. Taifa Leo pale smack in the middle kwa Kiswahili nini? Yaani pale kichapo cha katikati. Baada ya mahakama kutoa uamuzi jana kuhusu uhalali wa kutimuliwa kwa aliyekuwa naibu wa rais mamlakani, sasa kiongozi huyo wa chama cha DCP anakumbwa na uamuzi mgumu wa kufanya kuhusiana na siasa za uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka ujao. Habari hiyo iko katika ukurasa wa pili. Alafu tukiangalia pale chini kidogo ukurasa wa 4 wanasema simanzi watu 8 wakiangamia ajalini salama. Walioaga dunia katika ajali hiyo ya gari la abiria na lori walikuwa wanachama wa kundi moja la marafiki. Hiyo utaipata ukurasa wa 4. Ujenzi wa ikulu msituni Imenti wapingwa vikali. Wawi on a construction spree of these lodges. Wakazi, wana harakati na viongozi wa kisiasa waapa kuwa hawatakubali miundo msingi kujengwa msituni humo. Kumbuka ni ujenzi wa nini? Ikulu kule msituni Imenti ambao umepingwa vikali. Lazima rais akuwe na nyumba kila mahali bana kwa kaunti zote 47. Anyway,
currently I think we have just 13 if you're talking about state
lodges
and houses. Okay. Lodges ndio nyingi, they are around 13 right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Kilio Maragwa akikamatwa akikamatwa Aliyekuwa jaji mkuu na watetezi wengine wa mazingira wakamatwa wakilalamikia kuhamishwa kwa wanyama mbugani. Now habari hiyo iko ukurasa wa pili. Bwana, wamefanya CJ akachuchuma. Why are they doing this to CJ Maraga?
As I told you, there are some people who are determined that they must popularize Maraga and make him a freedom fighter.
Bwana, this guy wamemfanya akachuchuma.
His rating is going to go up. Oh yes.
Mimi kama nasikianga kuchuchuma ikuwa shida, I usually feel like my knees are about to give in.
You see,
I can't imagine, because this guy is definitely twice my age.
after the passing away of Raila Odinga,
yes,
the issue of prominent people being tear gassed and being arrested,
yes,
that has not been heard of. So now Maraga has filled in that gap. It is good for him.
These guys usually tear gas everyone. They have tear gassed Raila. They have tear gassed other opposition leaders. They have tear gassed CJ Mutunga. Now they are tear gassing CJ Maraga. Ni nani hawata tear gas?
Look at it this way. As I said, Maraga is back in the news.
Right.
And we're going to be following what is happening.
Mauaji. Mkenya au Mkenya ana kesi ya kujibu. Riziki Ali Cherono anahusishwa na mauaji ya mumewe Mholanzi Herman Ruwenhorst. Mholanzi is someone from Holland. Holland is Netherlands. All right. Then so this lady Riziki Ali Cherono anahusishwa na mauaji ya mumewe Mholanzi. She killed her
no, inasemekana ya kwamba amehusishwa.
Ndio.
Yes.
She's a suspect in the death of her husband.
And this case is in Kenya.
It is I should think so. It's on page 5.
Hiyo ni kwetu hapa Kenya ama
I mean I'm sure.
Tuendelee.
Nitaiangalia baadaye. Alafu mwishowe pale ukurasa wa 13 hadi 20, mabingwa watetezi Argentina wanatisha, watoa onyo kwa kuadhibu Honduras kirafiki, finali zikiwadia. Yeah, so they were playing against Honduras and they beat them properly. Also, another team that played yesterday is France. France were playing against two. They beat that team 3-1. And then Netherlands, actually our Hollanzi, yesterday, was it Netherlands? Yes, they were playing against Uzbekistan. They beat Uzbekistan 2-1, and they had a red card, but they managed in the 98th minute to overturn that loss.
You know, the Dutch, Holland is one of these countries that has produced some of the most beautiful soccer you've ever seen. There was a time, it was in the 70s or 80s, when there was something called total football, okay? And it was attributed to the Dutch.
Yes.
This is the team that has played sublime football over the years, but have never won a World Cup.
Yeah. They have never.
No, they've never won. Final wamefika, but they've never won.
Yeah. So yesterday France was playing who? Oh my goodness! I'll find that team.
Now you see, when you talk of France, the unique thing about France is that they were the first European country to actually field black players.
Yeah.
And then they were the first European country to field black players in large numbers.
Oh yeah, no, there's a time they had all but black players.
Except, yes.
And the funny thing is they're called they called the Blues. The national team, yeah? Les Bleus. So Les Bleus yesterday they were playing the Northern Ireland people and they beat them a bad one 3-1. Yani 3-1.
Let me tell you, if there was a team whose rugby playing I love to watch, it was the French. The flair with which they played, you know what you call open rugby. Wachana rack nini hapana. Pata mpira, timua mbio,
tandika mtu
tu, weka dami, kimbia, sidestep, vitu kama hizo. My friend,
ni hawa watu
hawa.
Ulikuwa unacheza rugby pia wewe? Kitambo.
Once upon a time.
Okay.
You know, in the previous century.
Yeah. So the guy who scored for France yesterday is called Olise. Bwana, he scored a hat trick. 43rd minute, 49th minute, 75th minute. And from Northern Ireland, P. Kelly scored in the 64th.
Okay.
It was a good game. Just to confirm to you, Mjane ana maswali ya kujibu kuhusu mauaji ya mumewe Mholanzi. Yes, this case is in Kenya and it happened in 2021. Riziki Cherono Ali kizimbani katika mahakama ya Mombasa awali 2021. Koti inasema ana mashtaka ya kujibu kuhusu kifo cha mumewe Bwana Haman chumbani mwake katika mtaa wa Shanzu kule Mombasa. Kwa hivyo tumethibitisha ya kwamba huyu dada ana kesi ya kujibu huku Kenya. Let's check out the Standard front page. Bwana. Yaani kwa picha zote za Rigathi Gachagua hii ndio waliona. Haya. Condemned according to them, they're saying unfairly by the executive, legislature and judiciary. So it's condemned unfairly by the executive, legislature and judiciary. Although the High Court found flaws in parts of the impeachment process of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and awarded him 50 million in damages, it upheld that the Senate's vote to remove him from office stands, dealing a major blow to his bid for political redemption and causing confusion in the rule of law. With the ruling effectively locking him out of public office, unless overturned on appeal, the former deputy president now faces the toughest battle of his political career. Gachagua must now chart a new course as questions mount over his influence in Mount Kenya, his leverage within the opposition, and his path to the 2027 political contest. According to senior counsel Ahmed Abdullahi Nasir, amesema hivi Mr. Nasir, under Article 25C of the Constitution, the right to fair trial is an non-derogable right. So, how can the court make quasi constitutional excuses on amorphous grounds in its refusal to set aside the impeachment of Honorable Rigathi Gachagua? The Gachagua judgment, in my humble opinion, is on a shaky, shallow, soggy, and the other word I can't see, but let's say soggy soil.
I think what happened is that the Supreme Court, when they talked about
Ceteris paribus.
No. When they use all manner of adjectives to describe the case that Raila Odinga's team had brought before Parliament in their judgment, okay? They opened the door for the explanation of similar adjectives as we now see with this particular lawyer.
Yes.
You see, there were 3 judges who ruled on this particular matter. And none of them had a different opinion.
Yes.
Meaning they were in agreement. Okay?
True.
So what that person in essence is saying is that he disagrees, and he should, because he was the lawyer of Gachagua. He ought to. He disagrees with them completely.
Yes.
He just stopped short of saying these guys are incompetent. No, seriously.
Yeah.
When you have such adjectives, the direction which you're pointing to,
when you're saying amorphous,
if you read what they said, there's nothing amorphous about it. They were actually quite clear about.
Bro, that thing was read from 10 in the morning.
Yes.
Till G7 what?
And that's amorphous. If you just look at the details, I mean, they went into details. So, you know, amorphous means it was vague. So, how exactly was it vague? When you make such a statement,
yes,
I think it's also incumbent upon you to explain what it is that was.
Well, they said they will appeal, but if I may read again what the senior counsel said, under Article 25C of the Constitution, the right to fair trial is non-derogable, is a non-derogable right. So how can the court make quasi-constitutional excuses? According to him, these were excuses on amorphous grounds, meaning grounds that cannot be determined. They do not have a shape. They, like, you really can't put a finger on anything, right?
Okay.
And that's my, again, humble opinion.
No, go on.
On amorphous grounds in its refusal to set aside the impeachment of Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. Okay? The Gachagua judgment, in my humble opinion, is on shaky, shallow, soggy soil.
So, they will go to appeal one day.
They will go to appeal, and of course they will appealing this very judgment.
Yes. And one of the things that, if you notice with our court, whatever has been awarded at the level of the High Court, or a judgment that is presided over by more than one judge, the Court of Appeal very rarely overturns it. Yeah. Rarely.
They have, but very rarely, yes.
Yes, they do, but rarely. So, Let's wait and see what the Court of Appeal will say. And they may choose to take it even to the
Supreme?
Yes. We will wait and see. Every time something goes to court, I am happy because I get to learn more about the law, and I also get to know more about how our constitution works.
Now, this is the interesting part of this process. If any of the courts above this one decide to rule in the favor of Gachagua, bro, we have opened a door that can never be closed, because it has given us precedence to actually do this to someone else.
Precisely, but also remember, let it go through the whole process.
Yes.
Before the Justice Maraga Supreme Court annulled the 2017 elections, we had never had that. But there's a precedence now. These are things which are good for the country.
We now have a benchmark.
Yes, these are good. These are good things.
Yes, they are. I agree with you. They are.
We are settling issues in court, and we are beginning to understand the legal minds of our country, and we're beginning to understand our laws and the constitution better. All these things are good. May they go to the Court of Appeal so that we can hear what will transpire there. Yes.
Okay. Over to you.
Right. Business Daily. Flour exporters lose up to 724 million as woes pile flour. Exporters, this is not good. In Kenya, have lost an estimated 724 million shillings over the past 2 months due to cargo delays, crop spoilage, and declining market prices. This war in the Middle East is to blame for all this. It started off with not being able to simply take their flowers to market because they go through the Middle East. And with that war, nobody's going to go to the Middle East.
Yeah.
So there was, let me say, flower farmers experienced losses. Okay? Yes.
Okay.
Investors eye treasury bills, avoid bonds. Fixed income investors are scrambling for treasury bills and cutting their appetite for treasury bonds, hoping returns on government paper will increase and force the state to rely on short-term borrowing. Scale. Right. Firm links to Vimal Shah, ex-CBK governor, lose 2 billion Tatu City. Okay, this is Vimal Shah, the ex-CBK governor, the gentleman called Nahashon Nyaga. Let me just read a bit of it. An investment vehicle associated with Bidco Africa chairman Vimal Shah and former CBK governor Nahashon Nyaga is set to lose a stake in the Tatu City, bringing to a near end a dramatic decades-long battle for the control of the multi-billion shilling real estate project.
Okay.
So,
multi-billion. We shall.
Court clears 10 billion Kenyan award to non-existent firm. Ketraco had problems, okay? And one of the things that Ketraco had is 17 bank accounts. Now these 17 bank accounts iko na shida kwa sababu the Court of Appeal has cleared a non-existent Spanish firm to pursue 10 billion from 17 bank accounts belonging to the Kenyan-owned Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, Ketraco, despite warnings from the Attorney General. The ruling escalates a legal standoff that now exposes Kenya to the risk of paying at least 3 times the debt in 3 separate Spanish entities lay claim to a single arbitral award. There's a Spanish company that was supposed to have been contracted by Ketraco to do certain things for them.
Okay.
And they claimed that the contract was abrogated, and so they were claiming damages. Now, one of these companies that is claiming damages actually no longer exists.
You know, and they're claiming how many billions again?
2
billion. A company that doesn't exist. 10 billion.
Yes.
Now watapatiwa hiyo pesa?
No, watapatiwa. The 10 billion is the money that they can claim from the various 17 accounts that Ketraco has.
Wait, who can claim this money? This non-existent company?
There are 3 Spanish companies. One has been registered, doesn't exist.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these are the 2 who can claim this 10 billion?
They can claim.
Okay.
Yes. By the way,
bwana watu si wajenga bwana.
That is correct.
Watu si wajenga bwana.
That is correct. Bang in the middle of this paper, well, there's a picture of why state officials risk contempt proceeding over Ebola facility. The story is on page 12. Maraga arrested as police quell forest grab protests. Former Chief Justice was arrested by plainclothes police yesterday. Hiyo tulishika na hiyo tumeelewa. Hiyo ni sawa tu. Okay. 15 billion stalemate revenue talks as MPs offer counties 425 billion. Nile share wanapataga.
Okay.
425 billion pesa mingi bro. Right. Ex-DP's impeachment upheld, setting stage for fightbacks. Bang in the middle of the paper, Gachagua's next steps. The IBC Secretariat did not travel beyond its mandate. It only acted as the repository of information. Judges on the clearance of Kithure Kindiki's nomination as DP. Okay? The court judgment, then there's public participation, then there's the political bias. Yes, do I have time? I have time.
You have time.
The violation of Gachagua's rights, this is the verdict.
All right.
Under Article 17 and 30, is it 30 or 50, of the Constitution does not validate the impeachment process undertaken under Article 145. Under public participation, the court ruled that the National Assembly held a constitutionally sufficient exercise in providing reasonable notice and multiple channels of engagement for citizens to be heard.
Me, teacher.
Yes, please.
Do you remember that public participation? I'm not disputing.
No. You just ask the question.
Unakumbuka wakati wa impeachment, unakumbuka tukifanywa public participation?
Wewe na nani?
Mimi na Wakenya wenzetu.
No, mimi.
Woli fanya. Unakumbuka ukipa?
No.
Okay.
No.
But the court says that it met the threshold.
The threshold is sufficient exercise, whatever that exercise is.
Yeah.
In the ruling, I'm sure they go into details to explain this.
Yeah.
This is what they normally do.
For sure.
It's a summary. The political bias. Court dismissed claims that the House speakers and MPs were biased, noting without evidence the allegations were merely suspicious and amounted to political dissatisfaction. Where's you? Kuaga ukipeleka serikali koti.
Counsel Miguna, he said something, and it was in regards to this ruling. Of course, he disagrees with the courts. He says, "Look, I don't like Gachagua, but what the court has done to him, in very many words, of course, he's in disagreement with that ruling."
How often is Miguna in agreement with anything that has to do with the government?
That's a good question, Mr. Muga. It's a very good question. But mine is just to highlight that alisema hiyo kitu bwana venye mmepeleka Rigathi Gachagua bwana hamjamfanyia vizuri bwana, it is wrong. And I'm trying to see if I can find it real fast before we get into other here it is. This is what Dr. Miguna said. "I don't like Rigathi's toxic and petty politics. I've disliked it since I found him at the University of Nairobi in 1986, singing Kanu and Moi Juu Kabisa. But as a man who is fully committed to fairness, justice, and the rule of law, I believe that the court's ruling today was predetermined, is legally unsound, and factually faulty. It should be overturned on appeal. The impeachment of Gachagua was not conducted fairly, was unjustly rushed, and was motivated by parochial personal differences with William Ruto. The court ought to have nullified it." Then, of course, Capello, some netizen came and said, "With your legal knowledge, I have never seen you representing anyone in a court of law." And that's when I realized this guy has done a mistake, because this is what Dr. Miguna told him. "Because you can't be allowed into any courtroom I appear in due to your primitivity, stupidity, and criminality."
Nani amesema hiyo?
Miguna reply. Alijibu jamaa anaitwa Capello.
That sounds like Miguna.
It is definitely Miguna. Yeah.
May this matter go to the Court of Appeal?
And it will.
According to those who have a say on these things, I was looking at the inner pages where they discuss this thing in great detail. This is what they are alleging. They're alleging that the one thing that is certain is that Mr. Gachagua will transform the court verdict into political capital,
yes,
by reinforcing his long-standing narrative of political victimization.
Si ndio hiyo sasa. Mtu anenanga mali anajua anaweza, you know, your playing field, your playing ground. Hapo ndipo unaendanga na unacheze hapo sasa. Big shout out to Mr. Martin Okul who says, morning friends, tuned in, show is on fire kama kawa. That one is on X. Daktari Henry Ochoki, good morning. You're saying good morning Africa, the biggest show in the country. Thank you so much. Alafu nani mwingine hapa hivi katika X. As I go through X, kuna jamaa anaitwa Jamal tulikuwa tushamsaidia, but amesema hivi, Msho Muga, I really love this show. I'm from Isiolo, that is county 11.
Karibu sana kaka, asante.
Unajua nani mwingine ametoka county 11? Kuna jamaa tunafanya kazi na hapa hivi, anaitwa Farah na kutoka Isiolo.
Mtu wa Isiolo.
Farah huwa anaenda ushago every other weekend.
Sio ni mzuri?
Yes,
Isiolo si mbali.
Alafu anakujanga na maziwa ya ngamia na nyama ya ngamia.
Isiolo si mbali.
Sio, najua Isiolo si mbali, ni hapa tu. It's about 3 hours away. And then we have Ken Johnny amesema, watching you guys from Kirinyaga. Sad days ahead after the constitution mutilated with a 350-paged ruling. I believe this is a ruling ya Gachagua.
It has to be opposed by people who support Gachagua, but it will also be opposed by people who feel they understand the law better than these 3 judges. But this is the beauty of the law.
Yes.
There will always be interpretations that clash.
For sure.
Yes.
Luis Rudasinko amesema good morning. And then Anthony amesema, and by the way movie, I was in tune of the show you carried out yesterday evening. Can you be doing this every day? And if possible to do translation in all 42 vernacular languages. We, boss asione your message. Right now though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will challenge the High Court ruling that upheld his impeachment. His legal team told the court that they have already filed a notice of appeal following the decision by a 3-judge bench to dismiss his petition against his removal from office. The judges ruled that both the National Assembly and the Senate followed the law and gave Gachagua a fair opportunity to defend himself.
May it please you, my lords, my lady. Njeri Maina for the third petitioner. I wish to request for the typed certified proceedings and the certified judgment. And my lords, my lady, for the tidiness of the proceedings, I request on behalf of all other petitioners in this matter, the third petitioner has already filed their notice of appeal. We request that you expedite the proceedings.
Those blame game in court on Monday as one of the 6 Kenya Wildlife Service officers charged over the disappearance of Nakuru fisherman Brian Odhiambo defended himself. Officer Alexander Lorogoi accused his superior, Sergeant Francis Washira, of being responsible for explaining what happened to Odhiambo. Lorogoi told the court that he and his colleagues were acting on Washira's instructions at the time of the incident, shifting responsibility to the senior officer as the case continues.
Alijua kwamba alifaa kutoka pale ingie kwa gari la Sudi.
Yohana tulirudi mpaka pale kwa bridge na senior sergeant Washira akamwambia ashuke kwa gari. Unakuuliza ako wapi? Sijui.
Ulijua alikoenda yule suspect mwenye aliachwa na bwana Sudi? Na hukujua.
President William Ruto says Kenya is set to benefit from new funding from the European Union to support the country's digital development. Speaking during his visit in Belgium, President Ruto said the EU-Kenya digital partnership will provide 15 billion Kenya shillings to expand internet connectivity and improve digital infrastructure. He said the investment will help strengthen Kenya's position as a regional technology hub. Most parts of the country are expected to remain dry during the week of 9th of June to 15th of June, according to the Kenya Meteorological Department. However, the department says some areas in the highlands east and west of Rift Valley, as well as the coast region, may receive isolated rainfall during the period. The weather agency has also forecast cool and cloudy conditions in parts of the highlands, the Rift Valley, the southeastern lowlands, and northeastern Kenya. The president of the Law Society of Kenya, Charles Kanjama, has condemned the reported arrest of former Chief Justice David Maraga and other protesters during a demonstration against proposed car park project at Nairobi National Park. In a statement posted on X on Monday, Kanjama said the arrests were an attack on constitutional rights, noting that the protesters were exercising their right to peaceful assembly. The former CJ has since been released after LSK sent a team of lawyers to secure his freedom and that of other protesters.
And then they tell Chief Justice Emeritus Maraga, you are released. But the rest of those who are with him are kept in the cells. So, of course, he refused to leave until he knew the fate of his fellow protesters, which is the right thing to do. So it is quite scandalous what happened. And I think what the Law Society of Kenya wants to do, because we have to bring this kind of incidents to an end, is to first of all find, through access to information requests, who were the people responsible for this operation.
Iran and Israel say they have halted attacks on each other after the two countries exchanged fire for the first time since April truce. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that the country was holding fire at the moment, but he stressed that the struggle against Iran and Hezbollah was not finished. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 7 minutes past 7 o'clock on the People's Breakfast Radio Generation. It is on 88.8 FM Nairobi, Mombasa it's 90.7 and Garissa it's 89.5. In this particular hour we want to talk about the wage bill question and why productivity should be prioritized within the public service. With us is the Chief Executive Officer of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission SRC. That is Ali Abdullahi Suro. Mr. Ali, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much, sir, and I'm very happy and glad that I'm here before you this morning.
Yes.
And thank you very much for hosting me.
Haya, before tuingie kwa mambo ya salaries na remuneration, yes. City Muga has a proverb from the country of Mauritius. He will share with you. Would like to hear your thoughts on this proverb. Yeah, City.
Yes, the Republic of Mauritius, a very, very popular country for people who have money and people who want to enjoy certain tax benefits that a country like Mauritius offers.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
I didn't know that.
Now you know.
Now I know.
Okay.
Okay.
The cleverness of one alone is a shallow well that soon dries up. Let me repeat it. The cleverness of one alone is a shallow well that soon dries up.
Yeah, I think that is a proverb that cuts across many jurisdictions. I think it's not restricted to Mauritius alone, but a very important one, because it talks about, I think, the importance of collaboration. In my view, it talks about the importance of teamwork, and that when it's more or less similar to when you want to go fast, go alone, but when you want to go far, go with others.
Yes.
So in terms of your individual wisdom, however bright you are, cannot bring change or significant change.
Yes.
Yeah, you have strength, but also you have to get the synergy of the others that you work with.
True.
And in workplace, and for example, like what we really preach every day at SRC, when you want to produce, when you want to improve productivity, performance, then teamwork and collaboration is critical. So that's my understanding.
And it is a very good understanding, because I said something similar in the morning.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in the previous hour.
Okay.
All right. So, Abdullahi, maybe for people who and I asked you this question, and I'll ask you again so that people can get to understand the work that usually happens at the SRC. Like, what do you usually do? Because we only see you wakati wa kuannounce pesa ya walimu. We get announcing what MPs should be earning, and then of course doctors and so on. But beyond that, we really don't understand the mandate that the SRC has. Maybe you can help us understand.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, I think it's a very good opportunity to be able to make Kenyans understand the mandate and the important role of the commission, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. And this is a constitutional commission, and its mandate is anchored in Article 230 of the Constitution. And the main mandate is actually to, set and review the remuneration and benefits of state officers, and also advise on the remuneration and benefits of public officers. And this advice is usually it is supposed to be taken, not optional, but mandatory. And we have all public institutions have to abide by the advisories of SRC. So that is the overall mandate.
Yes.
And as we do that, we are supposed to be cognizant of fairness and do that in an accountable and transparent way. But we also need to ensure that public service is able to attract and retain talent as we ensure fiscal sustainability. So there is that balancing act, and that's what we do. And therefore, that mandate is very heavy. It requires a lot of research. It requires a lot of analysis, job evaluation, and institutional analysis and organizational development. So every day, when our team wake up plus the commission, we think of how are we going to make the wage bill in this country sustainable. We have come from a situation where it was almost unsustainable, and that is why Kenyans, in their wisdom, decided that they needed a constitutional commission, a commission that's not going to be directed by anybody else, to be able to manage. Once something is put in the constitution, that shows how serious it is in impacting the lives of citizens. So this is a national duty, and why this is important is that we want more resources, public resources available for development and for service delivery, while also ensuring that the public service is able to attract and retain the best talent to deliver those services. So on daily basis, we do a lot of job evaluation. We also involved in collective bargaining agreement advisories. We do a lot of research and benchmarking to be able to see how countries that have been able to manage this difficult conversation, how they have done it well, so that we're able now to come and be able to domesticate it, those best practices in this country.
Something else, someone can say is that, okay, so now the salaries that every state officer should get. So now, what else is the SRC up to? Like, for example, today, what is the SRC up to? Mshajua mishahara ya MPs, walimu, daktari, na kila mtu mwingine. So si kazi imeisha?
That's an interesting question.
Yes.
Of course, there is, this is not static. Where by law, through the Act, SRC Act, we are supposed to ensure a review of these remuneration benefits, and we do that in a cycle of 4 years. Therefore, there are dynamics. There are new organizations that have been created. There are new mandates due to changes in mandates of institutions.
Yes.
Their roles change, and when such circumstances happen, and they happen so oftenly, we are supposed to do a re-evaluation. And then, of course, there are also other issues related to remunerations, like continuous collective bargaining agreements.
Yes.
That happen almost on yearly basis from between different unions and employers. Again, we are involved in that conversation, and so the remuneration framework is not static. It's not you decide once and it stays like that forever, because of the changing and dynamics in labor productivity,
yes,
and labor trends.
Okay.
So we also need to continue to do market surveys, labor market surveys, so that then we see whether the terms and conditions, particularly on remuneration and benefits for public service,
yes,
is comparable to what the labor offers.
Okay.
So yeah, those are the things. Because of those reasons, then we need to continue to do a lot of research, a lot of analysis, and a lot of review of these benefits and remunerations. Yes.
Like, for example, during Labor Day, I believe it was, the president mentioned a few changes as far as remuneration is concerned for various sectors, I think. 12% somewhere, 15% somewhere. I think was it in agriculture? He said 15. I'm forgetting. But is the SRC usually consulted on such matters, or that was just what the president said and that's according to him?
No, that is usually reflected in the minimum wage bill. That's what usually is done through the Ministry of Labour. There is an analysis they do,
yes,
and they do what's called the minimum wage bill, below which, for example, that it's not fair for workers in this country to be paid below that.
Yes,
and that is done by Ministry of Labour. It has a bit of reference points for SRC. But at the end of the day, individual and institutional remuneration and benefits will eventually be set by SRC, and that is its mandate. But we'll definitely use those proclamations and guidance. That is part of the reference materials that we use as we determine the various institutional structures in terms of salary and grading structure.
Yeah.
Yes.
For example,
yes,
domestic workers, I think I had sometime this week or last week, their pay has now gone up to the minimum wage now is at 18,000.
Yeah.
Is that something that the SRC advised on, or again, that is a completely different kind of directive coming from the government?
Sure. Our mandate is restricted to public office and state office.
Okay.
We set for state officers and advise on public officers.
Okay.
The private sector is determined by market, and of course the government has a responsibility to ensure that through ILO conventions, that there are fair wage systems, not just in the public sector but in the country, and therefore we don't have a mandate on the private sector remuneration and benefits. That includes now the domestic workers.
But Ali,
yes,
I would like to understand the when you set salaries, you base it on something. What are these variables that you consider? Because I would assume that they exist. What do you take into account?
Thank you very much. A very important question. And yes, the process of deciding on what someone is paid is a very scientific process. It's not, subjective that I like this guy.
It's not voodoo.
It's not voodoo.
They don't flip a coin.
Then it's where it lands is where you're going to pay.
Yes.
No, we don't have that kind of. It's very scientific process, and we have what's called compensable factors of a job. And these compensable factors includes what is the job worth, we do a very comprehensive and scientific job evaluation using the impact of the job, the decision levels of the job, the financial responsibility, the decisions, the impact of the decision of that position, the impact on service delivery for that position, and also the skills requirement for that position, the experience requirement, and all these, they almost come up to 10 factors, is given a factor point, and then those points are taken into consideration, and a combination of them give you a grading results. And for every grade, again, we do what's now. So there are two levels. We first of all determine the grade of the job.
Yes.
After determining the grade of the job, then we determine the salary attached to that grade based on now those compensable factors.
Why I asked the question
yes
is one of the things that has always or appeared to have been a bit of a bottleneck is balancing our wage bill vis-a-vis our revenue. The benchmark, I am informed, is something like 35%, and yet our wage bill always goes beyond that 35%. And it's not just at the national government. The county governments are worse, infinitely worse when it comes to that. How does that come about, and what can be done to ensure that what we ought to actually apply and what we actually ought to work with is enforced?
Thank you very much. That's a very important observation, sir. And yes, we have a challenge, and but we have made a lot of progress. For example, if I just give you a few data, when in 2021, we usually look at this wage bill thing and we look at vis-a-vis the revenue of the country, and we come up with that wage bill to revenue ratio. That's a very important ratio for us at SRC. In 2021, we were at 50.4%. That means that half of the money we, as a country, collect,
more than half actually,
yes, goes to paying salaries. That is in 2021. But because of the interventions of SRC, we have been able to move that up to now last year 40.8.
Oh,
yes,
40.8.
40.8. And the PFM Act requires that we are supposed to do not more than 35%. So a lot of effort is being done for us to be able to achieve that, and we are making good progress. Every year we are cutting on it so that then we're able to achieve that at 5%. But as you said, there is a mismatch between wage bill and revenue improvements. And that is why we want now to change the conversation from just a lot of containment of expenditure, because what we believe is that if you contain or control expenditures, or you concentrate so much on cost containment, there is a maximum where you can reach, but you cannot take it below that, because again it will have negative effect. There will be lack of morale. There will be people will be leaving because they are getting competitive rates. So if you continue to say no increment, nothing, it will cut a cost to a certain level, but beyond which it cannot be sustainable, because you will create a lack of morale, and people will not be able to give their best. So what we are saying is that the numbers that we have should be able to produce more. People need to be more productive, and they need to generate more revenue. They need to contribute more to service delivery. There has to be improvement in turnaround times for citizens. If that is achieved and we focus on productivity, then without even cutting cost, the revenue will go up. And this ratio is, we have a numerator and denominator. If, for example, currently we are paying about slightly over $1 trillion in wage bill. Yes.
Annually?
Yes. Annually. We are doing about...
In the public service?
In the public service. And our revenues are between 3 and 4. You know that.
So essentially, you're saying close to a third of our revenue goes to paying
40% now. 40%.
Is that?
But now what we're saying is that if we just do the people working become more productive and improve that revenue from 3.9 to say 5, which can be done without cutting salaries, that ratio drops to 20. So it will be 1/5.
Make me understand this.
So it will drop to 20%.
Yes, what you're saying makes perfect sense.
Yes.
It's all right. You can just put it on. Yes, but productivity within the public service, what would it look like?
Very important question, and that's a conversation that we want to invite you between 16th to 19th of this 16th to 19th of this month. We have the National Productivity and Performance Conference, bringing together stakeholders from the 2 levels of government,
county and national,
from academia, research, from county and national, from academia, from research institutions, from the private sector, from the unions, and national conversation and discourse on productivity, because we always say at SRC that we don't have a wage bill problem. We have a productivity problem in this country, and I want to give you a few numbers.
Please.
Kenya, according to ILO, is ranked in Africa number 21 in terms of labor productivity. In the world, it's ranked number 141.
Wait,
so I want to go after that.
21 is which category?
Africa.
21
out of 58. So we have 20 countries ahead of us. But leave even the ranking and come to the figures. A Kenyan worker per year produces about $7,500 in terms of productivity.
This is an average, right?
Yes, an average.
Okay.
Both private and public, added together. Now, we have a conversation in this country that we want to go to Singapore.
Yes.
And we all want to go to Singapore.
Well, not everyone, but
some want. No, that's a figurative speech that we want to go to a developed level.
True.
And now, if you compare that to what a worker in Singapore produces, as per the figures of 2025, it's $117,000 US.
$117,000 US per year. And that's we at 7.
Yes. So that means that one worker in Singapore produces equivalent to 15 workers
here in Kenya.
So that is, if you ask me the productive, how does it look like? That's how it looks like.
Now that we are comparing,
yes,
maybe you can help me understand.
Yes.
Because we were talking about 40% of our revenue going to salaries.
Yes.
40%, right?
Yes.
Is there a country that does less in terms of percentages?
Sure. There are countries that are doing as good as 11%. Yeah. So most of the countries that we are referring to that are now ahead of us in terms of even productivity, they are doing very well in sustaining their fiscal
11%.
Yes. So it is doable. Even in Kenya, it's doable, and we have a vision to. As SRC, we believe that we have a target of 2028, following the 2024 wage bill conference resolutions, and we're on track, and we can achieve that. But we are saying that now we have to change the conversation from cost containment, because it can be counterproductive. And you have seen a lot of public servants up in arms in terms of SRC's restrictions on wage increases, and putting a moratorium in increments for almost 2-3 years after COVID, and so that cannot be sustainable, and that's why we are saying let's produce more, and we can do that. There is a lot of potential to improve productivity, which will result in generation of more revenue, results in improved service delivery, results in outcomes for citizens, and definitely result in economic growth that will translate to now even allowing us and giving us room to pay better for those who are productive. And that conversation which we are going to have in
on the 16th?
On the 16th or 19th.
Yes.
We'll also talk about how we are going to link. We want to come up with a national commitment from all stakeholders and duty bearers that we have to link our pay to productivity.
You know, we are told that counties are really struggling with paying their workers because a county like Nairobi, for example, has got so many workers, some real, some ghost. And when you look at that bloated pay, HR, or is it called a payroll, watu ni wengi sana na pesa haitoshi. Does the SRC advise county governments and tell them, look, for example, in this department, you have 100 people and you only need 15. Do you do that kind of work?
Thank you very much. I think that's also a very important observation, and that's yes, we do advise both levels of government, national and county government, and at both levels, there are a lot of efforts that have been put in place to control this wage bill. But as you have rightly observed, at the county level, the problem is a bit more serious.
Okay.
And we are so concerned with that because the funds that go to compensation of workers are disproportionately quite a large share compared to what is available for funding development projects. And that really undermines the devolution dream. When Kenyans decided that we have devolution, it is to bring service closer to the people and also to spur local development.
Yes.
And that development can be achieved through more resources put into important sectors like health, agriculture, education and infrastructure. So when you have maybe 65% of because that's what the counties that are not doing very well are paying.
Yes.
65% of your revenue to personnel emoluments and wage bill.
Yes.
Then what are you left with? The 35 that remains is not for development in totality, because there are also other operational expenses. So maybe you are left with 5-10%.
Yeah,
to do development. So that's a big challenge. And what we are saying is that we need to do more, and that's why the Council of Governors and the county governments at individual levels are very important stakeholders for SRC, and we've had a lot of conversation.
Yes,
they are also a big player in the conference that we're going to have, so that we have now national commitments.
Yes.
And these are not just high salaries. It is because of what you have just alluded to, over-establishment. We have official optimal staffing levels that have been created, but now abidance to that sometimes is not there.
Yeah.
We also have duplicated functions. We also have what we call uncontrolled CBAs or negotiations, which have resulted into those high figures. So because of all those issues, and unfortunately, if you look at those numbers, again, it's against best practices where you have a lot of support staff compared to the critical and professional staffing that might result in improvement in service delivery.
Yes.
The best practice is that the ratio is supposed to be 70-30. 70 technical staff and 30 support staff. But in most of our institutions, particularly at the county level,
yes,
it's the reverse.
It's lopsided.
Lopsided. We have a lot of support staff and the critical staff that like health sector, the numbers are insufficient.
Yeah.
So these disparities are the ones that's what we are addressing.
Yeah.
And you also have institutions created and numbers are not reflective of they are not optimal. So we are saying that, and we've advised most of our institutions, both national and local, county and national government, that any additional numbers have to be based on workload analysis. Do we really need this number?
But sir, the work that the SRC does is clear. It's an onerous task, but it is clear.
Yes.
However, you work with other institutions, and these institutions have individuals. Unfortunately, there is an element in these institutions that we often refer to as the political arm, because everything that we're talking about here that brings about disparity has to do with politics. Does SRC engage in any form of training for members of parliament, members of the county assembly? Let's start with the members of the county assembly first, because these are people who are closer to the ground, as we call it. And so one could argue that the pressure that they have to help in the African sense is to find somebody a job. And finding a job, often you look for a low-hanging fruit, and a low-hanging fruit is a county government. And there's a specific department. It's called environment department.
Endo sweep.
That's it.
Endo kata nyasi.
Where somebody was your campaign supporter, you're who, they end up there. Now, I ask about the training because if people do not understand why that threshold is put in place and why the bulk of the money that they receive should go to activities that probably will generate the very thing they're trying to create, as in jobs, if they don't understand it, this vicious cycle we keep up will never really come to an end. Somebody may actually have an education, somebody may even have gone to a university, but the moment you become a politician, all that goes out of the window. You just become a native like everybody else. So does the SRC engage itself in training these individuals who are in these very important bodies?
Thank you very much. Yes, the answer is absolutely yes. And we might not be able to reach politicians directly, but we do capacity building for institutions that are engaged in, for example, we play a lot of role in capacity building for county public service boards. You know the important role they play in recruitment. We also have done a lot of sensitizations on the training for county secretaries. County secretaries who are also head of public service within institutions. We have done capacity building for CECs in charge of public service. So these are the critical institutions and offices that are able to determine. But at the highest level also, because we know that this cannot be achieved without leadership commitment and leadership taking the role. And therefore, we have had a lot of conversation with governors who are also now the political head of the institutions. We've also had conversation with the speakers and what we call the County Assemblies Forum. That is the one that brings together the national leadership of County Assemblies Forum. And these are we are reaching through these critical institutions and trying to ensure that we understand the problem that we have, and therefore we really need to do something about it. And that something is through commitment and through ensuring that we realize there is a challenge and we need to address those challenges. But as you rightly said, you see, when governors are almost leaving the office, they have to ensure, and because it's a campaign period, and as you said, help comes through some of those things, recruitments, people are given a lot of employment, and then when new governors come in also, again, there are those campaign pledges, and huge part of it is that we are going to give you employment creation. So those challenges are there, but we are saying that, and that's now why we need that conversation where it brings together Public Service Commission, Public Service Board, ourselves, the SCAC, which is State Corporations Advisory Committee, which are in charge of parastatals, so that all MDAs and institutions, you know, that are able to have the capacity to employ are guided through all this conversation, so that then we look at the optimal staffing levels, establish structures. Any office that's been created should be a product of a thorough analysis or workload analysis. Any office that's created, any person who is recruited, we should be able to, tabulate and say what is it going to contribute in terms of revenue generation, in terms of service delivery, and in terms of impacting on the life of the citizen.
You know, there's an institution that has been there for the longest time. Yeah. We now call it the Kenya School of Government.
Yes.
It is a wonderful place. And the things they do there are fantastic. The judiciary came up with their own school
Kenya School of Law.
No.
Oh, there's another school.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that they consistently refresh that tree of legal knowledge.
This is for professionals who are already in the game.
You're already working, you're a judge, you're a magistrate, but you keep going there so that you're updated. That's what I call it, refreshing.
Yes.
The arm of government that is peopled by politicians. Politicians.
Yes.
They are the bane of our existence. Their decision-making process puts us in really difficult situations. And a lot of it has to do with ignorance. This is my opinion. There are things they actually don't know. But they believe they do because they've been elected. And they have the power. The constant battles we see between the assemblies and the governors, which then go to nonsensical benchmarking and travel and unreasonable costs, all for the sake not of traveling and benchmarking, but for making money. It's ignorance. I'm asking this question because if we do not come up with something that focuses on assembly members and the training of these people in these financial matters as well as lawmaking, the county governments will be a failure. They will not do what they're supposed to do because the assembly is a parliament, and you cannot have the amount of money we give counties being managed by people who do not have sufficient knowledge to do what it is that they are required to do. We seem to sort of like push it to the side, and we then create a problem. Now, our county government is where the people are. So this particular emphasis, in its absence, this story we have here, next year we'll have the same story. You will have a conference. The following year we'll still have the same story because we have not deliberately ensured that you have people, we have told the people who have this responsibility to actually do what they're supposed to do.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very valid observation, and there is need for all of us to be in sync and to be aligned to this very important conversation. And there is, as you've rightly put it, we are actually working on a program on developing a curriculum. And that curriculum is not just for SRC alone, but we have brought together all the institutions that are dealing with productivity. Because we believe productivity is the main problem that we have. So we have a new framework which is being worked closely together with Kenya School of Government, and they will be using Kenya School of Government to be able to deliver that training, not just to people in the executive, but also to people in the legislative arm of government, as well as the judiciary. And that brings together institutions, the Public Service Commission, the National Performance Management Unit. We also have what's called the National National Productivity and Competitiveness Center, which is in the Ministry of Labour, looking at the productivity generally of the both public and private sector. We have come together because initially we were running different frameworks. So we have come up with a unified framework for capacity building, and because we believe that everything starts and ends with capacity. So if people, we have this conversation and people are not understanding, then delivering it will be difficult. So once we are able, and we are going to launch that curriculum as part of the program for the National Productivity and Performance Conference, and thereafter we are going to roll it out. And that rollout is going to be targeted.
Yes.
We'll start with the highest level. Like now, the county government will handle the highest level of county assembly through the speakers and leaders of majority and minority, and also at the executive level we'll start with the governors and the county executive, and thereafter roll out even to the national government boards, chairs, and parastatals. CEOs of parastatals. We are also targeting heads of human resource and state departments. So what we want to do is that these efforts have to be supported by a lot of investment in capacity building, and then we have to appreciate, all of us are supposed to be on the same page, that productivity is the panacea to our problem. And once we're able to achieve optimal output per worker in this country, then I think we will achieve the first world level much faster than we have anticipated.
There are some questions here from our viewers. Let me just relay them.
Okay.
Kuna Kennedy Musyoki anauliza swali ambao ulikuwa ushajibu, but let me just ask in recognition of what he's saying. Good morning, Buvie. Does SRC oversee private organizations? You said your mandate is within
the public sector. Yes.
Yeah. Bruce Lee is asking, hi CT and Buvie, ask the CEO why he is not allowing state corporations and agencies and departments not to pay non-practicing allowance for its in-house counsels. Is that also within your purview or mandate?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
it
you're not allowing them to pay non-practicing allowance for its in-house counsel?
Yes, there is an advisory by SRC as part of cost containment that non-practicing allowance is not remunerative.
Yes.
And people have an option to either work for government or to work outside.
Okay.
And as we give the salary structure for any office, we look at all those factors.
Yes.
The impact, the decision levels, and that compensation is comprehensive. So we are saying that it's not tenable, and also it has a very huge sustainability issue.
Yes.
If we allow all lawyers in parastatals, in state departments, in universities, in research institutions, we start that conversation. We are already struggling with something that has been anchored in CBA for doctors.
Yes.
And there are those protections by law that a benefit already gained cannot be withdrawn. From SRC's position, even to doctors, we need not to pay. But now there is a conversation for lawyers, and then once you allow that, there will be conversation for accountants. There will be conversation for HR professionals.
There
will be conversation for supply chain professionals. We'll now go to all the professions paying. So
that's very true. But the reason why the doctors were given this consideration was for a very simple reason. At the time, we didn't have the number of doctors we currently have in the country right now. There was the fear that they will leave. It's not really complicated. And not leave to go out of the country, but to go into private practice. And so the public service would be hemorrhaging. That was the understanding. The problem we have now is a bit different.
Sure. And I think that is spot on. That's spot on. That was tenable then.
Yes.
Currently we have a lot of doctors who have no jobs.
Yes.
Our universities are producing every year quite a big number of doctors.
And we have more universities starting schools of medicine.
Yes.
So the numbers are many. And right now it is clear we can't absorb all of them.
Sure.
At the rate that we actually need to absorb doctors, but we actually can't.
Yeah. So the logic of introducing that was those are critical skills that if you don't do that, then you will be able not to attract sufficient staff. But currently the situation have changed, and therefore it's not sustainable. It's not completely sustainable. But this is a matter in court, and we don't want to converse more than that.
But you know the thing I find strange? I understand that something has gone to court and it needs to go to court. But when this thing was put in place, the SRC didn't exist, did it?
It doesn't. It didn't.
Yes, it did not exist. SRC came into being because there was an understanding that you actually do need an independent body that looks into this, because given our population, given the workforce, the public service, this thing just couldn't move the way it had been moving before. But if these matters are reviewed every 4 years, perhaps they should be reviewed every 2 years, because look at the way our population keeps increasing. Just look at the workforce and the rate it keeps increasing, and the demands. The discussion around resources is actually critical, because if we have a population increasing at the rate ours is, and our productivity isn't keeping up with it, we're in trouble.
Okay. Sure.
We will likely not be able to run the country.
That's true. We really need. That's why we are really focusing, because again, the numbers will increase. The numbers of public servants will definitely increase, because we cannot stop that.
Yeah.
As our population grows, we need more teachers. We need more doctors. We need more security personnel.
Yes, we do.
So we will definitely employ more, and that will result in more wage bill. So you might even say that let the salaries remain constant. We are not going to increase salaries or review salaries for public officers and state officers. But that will not also stop the growth of wage bill, because there are other contributors to the growth of wage bill, including the numbers, the annual automatic increments, you know, for the existing ones, the CBAs.
Yeah.
You understand? So there, it's much more than what SRC said. It is. So that is why the solution lies in growing a bigger cake.
Yes, it is.
Growing a bigger cake, so that then, and ensuring that those who are working deliver. They must show value for the citizens.
Okay.
Because we believe at SRC that what we pay workers in the public sector is not actually an expenditure. It's an investment. It's an investment in human capital and human resource. But that investment must have returns. There must be value creation for that position that you're working there. You must be able to translate that into impact on the lives of the citizen, quality of life of citizen, efficient service delivery, faster turnaround time, you know, quality service. If that is able to be seen, and then increase in revenue, because you must contribute to revenue for the country in your role. So if we are able to focus much more on that, then we will not be talking about a wage bill problem.
There's another one here by Nairobi Gossip Politics, and this is what anasema. Can the SRC please give us an example where they have reviewed the salary of civil servants downwards?
Thank you very much. There are a number of examples. When SRC started setting salaries for example, Parliament, and you've heard that very. It was in the media all through. SRC scrapped allowances for sitting allowances for Parliament in terms of plenary sittings as well as committee sittings.
Oh, really?
Yes, and that translated to a savings of billions of Kenyan shillings.
It was a fight.
And it was a big fight, and that decision, and the commission stood by that, and it at a very huge cost.
Yes.
To the extent of almost being dissolved, if it were possible. But that is why Kenyans,
parliamentarians had the final say on the matter.
Yeah, but Kenyans protected SRC through by way of making it a constitutional commission. You actually require a referenda to be able to
disband the SRC.
But you can also make it not to work. For example, if you don't get funding,
if you don't get the funding, yes,
which is appropriated by Parliament. But at that risk, SRC was able to stand by it, and then and now we are okay, and we are very good friends of Parliament. We have been able to look at the packages for parliamentarians, and they are comfortable now.
So now that we are
of course, several other institutions, like now when we had institutions like universities where professors could decide to pay whatever they want to pay. And we were able to rein on that and set structures. The only thing is that if somebody was getting, then we could not remove it. But any subsequent person who takes over the office of, for example, the VC, would start with the rates that are established by SRC. So many institutions we have been also able to do that.
Okay.
We have scrapped a lot of allowances, which SRC when did a survey on allowances payable in the public service. And one time we had over 480 different types of allowances that are being paid to
480
different types of allowances
paid to
within the public service.
Within the public service. So we've been able to scrap most of those allowances, and some of those allowances are duplication. For example, you are being paid compensable factors that are already catered into the basic pay are also separately given as allowances. Now we have looked at the responsibility of the job.
Yes.
And it's been packaged in your salary, but again you get a salary allowance. I mean a responsibility allowance
for the same job.
Yes, a responsibility allowance. a lot of you will really be surprised, and we've been able to scrap that, and we've done a lot of harmonization, and that has also resulted in huge savings. So yes, there are a lot of examples that we can say to respond to our colleague that we've been able to review those salaries and saved Kenyans billions of shillings.
Do you engage, for instance, the unions within the public service, or do you engage those in the public service when such decisions and such processes are undertaken?
Sure. This is because there is a constitutional requirement that duty bearers are supposed to engage stakeholders. Any decision that SRC makes is a product of very comprehensive stakeholder engagement. Like now we are in the 4th review, and in the 4th review cycle we have engaged all the public service, and we've also engaged citizens through our interactive systems, the website and the media, a lot of media engagement, just to get the feedback of Kenyans, as well as the ones that decision is going to affect, because we make administrative decisions and advisories affect public officers. So we've engaged all the institutions, like now in look at judiciary, we have engaged Judicial Service Commission as well as judiciary. We have engaged Parliamentary Service Commission as well as Parliament. We have engaged the executive through the head of public service. We have engaged county governments. We have engaged at both executive and legislative level through CAF and Council of Governors. And even the CECs, and we have engaged even individual institutions like county public service boards through their forum. So that engagement results. We have also done what's called a survey study, a real study on labor market survey. So then we get feedback from citizens on that survey, and at the end of the day, when the commission retreats and make decisions, it's based on now that data that is gathered from all stakeholders, and we make those decisions. So stakeholder engagement is very dear to us at SRC, and it's actually if you look at the strategic plan for the current 2025-2030, one of the strategic key result areas is actually engagement and partnership. Yes.
When you have a conference such as the one that you're having on the 16th,
yes, 17th to 19th,
17th to 19th,
yes,
when you invite the media, do you invite each and every practitioner who consider themselves to be practitioners of the media services?
Thank you very much. We have actually invited already. We have had one breakfast meeting for the media, I think about 2 weeks ago, where we invited mainstream media. I think we have over 40 media institutions present in that, and yeah, we have a map. We have mapped our stakeholders, and in the media we have of course TV, radio, and also digital social media, and therefore we are targeting the institutions that have good reach, and also institutions that also are mainstream. Of course we cannot invite everybody.
Why not?
Yeah, because of the numbers. It's also cost. If we are going to invite...
Yes. We've been talking about cost throughout this conversation.
Yes.
Umesikia amesema breakfast.
Nimesikia hiyo kabisa.
Kila mtu chai.
Yes.
No, nimesikia hiyo.
So we are very strategic in cost reduction.
Cost benefit
analysis. Yes.
I started with the media, and I'm looking at the cost vis-a-vis the benefit.
Exactly.
Because you need to carry people along with these decisions.
Yes.
And the media is where most people in this country get their information, and more so what may not necessarily be mainstream media.
Yes.
That's really what I'm asking.
Sure. That's what we are saying, is that we also engage social media, which is really have wider reach. And so we continue to engage the media. It's a very important partner for us, and we believe at SRC that we cannot achieve whatever we want to achieve without partnership with the media. And this is one of the why I'm here today.
Yes.
And I will really want to come back every now and then to be able now to talk to Kenyans and drive this message home.
Nairobi Gossip is back with a recommendation.
Yes.
Nairobi Gossip Politics is asking, or rather saying,
yes,
can the SRC use annual EACC corruption reports to adjust salary of departments those constantly in the top 5 should not have salary increments. What do you think of that suggestion?
That's a very important feedback, and it's something that we can look at alongside other factors. Of course, when we determine whether to increase or to retain someone's institutional salary, there are many factors that we look at.
Okay.
And of course, corruption is a problem in this country, and there are others who feel that probably people are engaged in corruption because their pay is small.
Yeah.
Which I don't buy. I don't buy that. So if that is the case, then probably his suggestion will not work. Because probably if that would have been the case, the solution would have been to increase the
salaries. Yes.
But there are also indications that when salaries increased, the corruption amount also increases. Because it's not easy.
You know, Bwana, there's a factor of productivity.
Yes.
That perhaps needs to be considered. When you have high productivity, what it therefore means is that even the cost of the things that we consume on a daily basis is likely to go down.
Sure.
It's the scarcity that increases the cost, and it's what makes people want more and more pay. If there's high productivity and the cost of living goes down, the salary you'll have will be fairly adequate to actually meet your needs. So this need to constantly want more and more pay will not necessarily be there.
Absolutely. The inflation will go down.
Yes.
Well, then we have, cost of living will go down.
Yes.
And therefore, whatever you get would be adequate for you in terms of. So that's why we are saying that let's focus on productivity. Let's focus on growth of the economy. Put all our best foot forward in bring about economic development, economic growth, and then improve service for citizens, and we'll be home.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali, for making time to come and talk to us about remuneration as far as public service is concerned. And like you've requested, if you have anything you'd like to relay,
sure,
feel free. Our doors are always open.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and of course, Radio Generation is one of our biggest partners. We'll continue to collaborate, and I really appreciate for this opportunity.
Asante
sana.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, do stand by, because in this particular hour that we have just begun, we'll be hosting Professor Herman Manyora. The conversation is, of course, what has been happening in the news, the Gachagua impeachment case, and what it means for 2027. Don't go too far. We're coming right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police are searching for a 50-year-old man accused of killing and dismembering his wife in a shocking incident that left residents of Kio village in Kuresoi, North Nakuru County in fear and disbelief. According to police and family reports, the suspect allegedly attacked his 40-year-old wife, Evelyn Nyarinda, inside their home on Saturday night. Officers who arrived at the scene say they recovered human remains hidden in cement bags, along with a blood-stained axe believed to have been used in the attack. A container with blood was also found inside the house.
Mahali alikuwa ana hip ile cushions za viti, wakaenda kupekua ndio wakapata sehemu za mwili kama zinaanguka kutoka kwa gunia mkono. Wakaanza kuuliza ni nini, kuenda kuangalia tena wakapata ni kichwa imekatwa, simewekwa kwa gunia. Sasa hapo ndio sidi ilianzia, tukauliza ni nini hasa kilifanya huyu jamaa kuua huyu dada kinyama.
Mnisaidie tena, mimi niko na mtoto mwingine ni yangu tena. Yeye ndio tulikuwa tunashughulikia, tulete yeye hapa kutoka Nairobi mahali alifariki pale. Sasa yeye hako kwa mochari hapo tena. Kidogo hivi siku chache hivi tumepata hiyo mtoto dada yake tena ameuawa.
So tunasema kama askari wa Moro wanafanya kitu gani? Waangalie jamaa mahali kashikwe tu, ili sasa tupate hii sisi familia tupate haki yetu tu hapa hivi. So kulingana kwangu nasema tu Ukiona tu mnashikana na mtu amuelewani tu. Ambia mtu ndani kwenu tu. Sio mambo ya kusumbuana ambako unaua mtu kinyama cha kama ile ameua dada yetu.
The government is calling for stronger global action against harmful agricultural chemicals. Speaking at the World Farmers Organization annual meeting in Nairobi, Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe warned that pesticides banned in some countries should not be sold in developing nations because they pose risk to farmers, consumers, and the environment. Kagwe also highlighted Kenya's digital farmer registry, saying it is helping improve the distribution of subsidies and services to farmers across the country.
The world cannot continue operating under a double standard when it comes to agricultural chemicals. If a pesticide is considered unsafe for use in one country because it poses unacceptable risks to human health or the environment, it should not find a marketplace anywhere else in the world.
Farmers need supportive policies.
The International Criminal Court's Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan has been suspended from his duties following allegations of sexual misconduct. The court's governing body says Khan will face disciplinary proceedings before the ICC's 125 member states, which will decide on his future during a special session. The ICC said the suspension does not mean a final decision has been made, adding that the move allows a United Nations investigation and advice from the legal experts. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The former Liverpool striker Divock Origi has announced his retirement from professional football at the age of 31. Origi confirmed the decision in a social media post, saying his purpose in the game had been fulfilled and that he had lived his childhood dream of playing at the highest level and winning major trophies. The Belgian forward began his career at Genks Youth Academy and joined Liverpool in 2014 from Lille, before remaining on loan at the French club for another season. Africa's top referee will not officiate at the 2026 World Cup after being denied entry into the United States. FIFA has confirmed Omar Abdulkadir Artan, who was set to become the first referee from Somalia at a World Cup, and was reportedly turned back at Miami International Airport and flown back to Istanbul in Turkey. A FIFA spokesperson said Artan, who was named CAF Referee of the Year in 2025, will now miss the tournament after being denied entry into the US. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. It is now 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are doing quite well. In this particular hour, like I told you, we want to talk about the Gachagua impeachment case and what it means for 2027. With us is Professor Herman Manyora. Professor, good morning and
good
welcome.
Morning to you.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
Every time ukipotea ukirudi,
yes.
Ni kama hata nywele imeanza kuwa black kuliko
kabisa.
Ni nini unafanya?
Hii town ni kuwe na strategy ya kubaki hapa. Kama una strategy, wanasema umezeeka utoke hii town. So unakuwa na strategy kadha.
Niona ni kama pia umebadilisha moisturizer.
Yes.
Because you're glowing.
Yeah.
There's something going on in your life. All right, good to know.
Thank you.
Siti, patia Professor methali before tuingie kwa mambo ya Honorable Rigathi Gachagua.
Our proverb for this week come from the Republic of the Mauritius. And they have a very interesting proverb. The cleverness of one alone is a shallow well that soon dries up.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Very straightforward. That you cannot depend on one person for wisdom or for knowledge, because that person is mortal.
Yeah.
It's fallible. And knowledge therefore should be shared, like a deep well from which people can drink for ages.
Yeah,
that's how I get it. City, am I almost there?
My friend, you are spot on, as they say.
Thank you.
The last time I heard that word fallible, I think it is Miguna who used it. But yes, Prof, I agree with
Miguna,
you.
my friend, yeah.
I agree with you on that one. Speaking of which, Miguna did say that this was an unfair judgment on the former deputy president. I don't know what your thoughts are.
You can't say unfair judgment. I think you can say, especially for those of us who are not lawyers, you can say there are certain things you can isolate and say these they seem not to have been done the way they should have been done. On the onset, I must say the judges did their best. It's commendable. It is commendable. It is commendable, I must repeat, that here we have judges who can deliver a judgment in such a short time. This is what this country needs. Judges who know the importance of not delaying justice, of anxiety, of public interest things, and they deliver the judgment in record time. Commendable. Yeah. Secondly, the best from this judgment, and I'm not faulting Miguna for saying it's unfair, but the best from this judgment is that they have distilled the issues for the Court of Appeal.
Yes.
Their work was basically to prepare this judgment for appeal.
I mean,
that's the best, I'm telling you. The Court of Appeal will have a very easy time.
Yeah.
Because the issues are there, hanging. You can't run away from them at the Court of Appeal. And I think we must also commend the judges for being very clear. For too long in this country, our judges never give clear judgments. You read a judgment, you come to the end, you don't know what the judge was saying. You start again, you don't know what he was saying. Then you give up.
Yeah.
But this one, you know what they were saying. Even where they were wrong, according to some of us. But at least they were clear enough. So I say, when these matters get to the Court of Appeal, the Court of Appeal should just take 1 month.
Yeah.
At the very most. From hearing to judgment.
We know from his legal team that they are going to be appealing this. At least that is what they said yesterday. But what do you think Honorable Rigathi Gachagua is going through, considering what has been said?
I think Rigathi Gachagua must, like any litigant, of course, be aware and must have been aware that judges make an opinion. It's not something you put on a scale. It's not scientific. It's an opinion. And an opinion can go either way. So now that it has gone the other way, I think, like he had said before, and I think he was therefore prepared, that next step is the Court of Appeal.
Yes.
And of course, nobody's ever happy when they lose. But he lost in a manner that leaves you not so destroyed, not devastated. Because here is a guy saying, you are wronged. Your rights were violated. But nevertheless proceeds to deny you the judgment. So you don't walk out crestfallen.
Yes.
You walk out almost with your head high, knowing that justice on my side. The next step, the court will deliver justice to me.
Yeah. Of course, he was offered. He was awarded rather 50 million in damages. But now, if we look at his options as far as 2027 is concerned, because he was hoping, and perhaps even his supporters were hoping, that at least the impeachment motion would have been quashed and then he would be allowed to be on the ballot. Do you think there's still a chance for him to be in the ballot in 2027, regardless of what happens in the Court of Appeal and perhaps even Supreme
I
Court?
think so. I think so because first, I have heard people, including very learned judges, learned fellows, including very senior people in the judiciary,
yes,
saying that once impeached, you are impeached. But there's always that opening if you have appeal. And that seems to be the case because even Sonko, they had to rush quickly to dispense with the appeal at the Supreme Court, so that his doors were completely locked. So on that basis alone, unless he has exhausted his appeal, is it 89 or 99? These lawyers keep saying Article 3, what those kind of things that can stop our argument. Until he has exhausted the appeal, according to me, and I think according to the law, he has a chance to run for office. But more importantly, the remaining two stages, the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, if they were to dispense with their part before the election, I see them, there's a high probability justice will be delivered to Rigathi Gachagua. Most
and by justice here, you mean, you mean they will rule in his favor?
Yes.
Okay.
At the very least, even by yesterday's ruling judgment, if you say a guy was denied right to fair trial, surely the least you can do is to say, well, we have denied him everything else, but surely to run for office we can't deny him. So I'm not seeing the likelihood of Gachagua, whichever way I look at,
yes,
not being allowed to run if he wants to run.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if he does decide to run,
yes,
what happens to the chances of the opposition and the chances of the incumbent president?
You see, that's now where the trick is. I don't think Gachagua is foolish enough to want to run in isolation. The way the mathematics on the table sits, and CT will agree with us, only a fool among the opposition people can run it, can go alone. They know they won't go anywhere. It has never been this clear. There will be a little sulking, I know. But I don't think any of these fellows will be foolish enough to think they can run alone. For that reason, I don't think Gachagua can have the intention of running with complete disregard of what the other colleagues in the opposition are saying. So I think this is going to be the people sit down, they will agree on a candidate, some will get annoyed, but getting annoyed
is normal.
Is normal. Disappointment is normal in such a situations.
Yes.
But to now proceed and run, that will be very difficult. So I don't think Gachagua is going to say now that there's a chance for me to run. Even if he had won yesterday, he couldn't say, "Now I'm going to run." No, it has to be something consultative. That's what I suspect.
Pauline Njoroge of the Jubilee Party did a poll, I think, a few days ago in the Kikuyu language, and she obviously was appealing to Kikuyu language speakers. And majority of them were saying that because the question was about which ticket they would support come 2027.
Yes.
And majority of the people that responded to that poll, over 80%, were saying that they are looking at a situation whereby Gachagua is either deputizing or is the front runner as far as the election is concerned. Should that be something for, again, the opposition to start thinking about, and again also for President Ruto to start considering?
But you see, that poll is itself quite unnecessary. How do you go and poll in Kisiland and ask people, what do you think? They'll tell you one Matangi to run. I mean, that is
what else do you actually expect them to tell you?
What do they tell you? If you went to Ukambani, ambia watu, watakwambia ni Kalonzo. So that is a nonsensical poll.
Yeah.
It served no purpose. Maybe, I don't know what, you haven't explained the details because I didn't interact with it.
Yes.
Unless you are saying, you people of Mount Kenya, if Gachagua wants to run,
yes,
Matiang'i wants to run, Kalonzo wants to run, These are very close people to us. Gachagua because he's one of us. Kalonzo because he's a close cousin. Matiang'i because he's a Jubilee person associated with Uhuru. Between these three, who would you? That would make sense. I don't know whether that's how you put it.
Wait, are you saying if this question, the same question was to be asked to the people of the mountain?
Yes.
Okay.
That will make sense. That will make sense because they have a choice between Matiang'i, who is a Jubilee Uhuru person.
Yes.
Gachagua, who is one of their own. And Kalonzo, who people have been made to believe so far would be supported by Gachagua. That can introduce a new twist.
Yes.
There will be information you are looking for.
Yeah, but you see, that one was open-ended.
People
who are left, they could have as well even said Professor Herman Manyora.
Yeah,
What exactly did they ask? You see, polling can actually, by simply structuring the questions in a particular manner, you can more or less predetermine the outcome.
Yes.
Yes. So one could argue that you can actually pre-rig it.
Yes.
The framing of the question determines how that question will be responded to.
You restrict the respondents. The people answering the question must be given clear options in a poll. Yeah? That way, they don't go wild.
No. Yes. You ring fence it so that there's a limit to what it is that people can actually say.
Yes.
You see, we're talking about opinion. That's why it's an opinion poll. What do they think? So, and the thinking will be determined by currently the situation as it pertains. You see, popularity in many ways in our Kenyan politics weighs very, very heavily on somebody who the public believe has been aggrieved, somebody who has been wronged, and they will side with you at that particular point in time. If you're talking about an electoral position, which is in a year's time, those are very different dynamics.
Okay.
You see, look at even this issue we're discussing about the outcome of the courts. This process that we refer to as impeachment has a duality. It is both political and it is legal. Because the constitutional matters within this process are legal. However, the decision-making process is political. So, which way is heavier?
Okay.
At the end of the day. And what is it that then would take you to court to try and understand what it is that could have gone wrong with the political process that brought about the impeachment? Now, it's a discussion that, in my opinion, is ongoing. And remember the argument I put across at the beginning of this discussion. Well, it was off air.
Yes.
For me, it makes me understand our constitution better, and also makes me understand our legal processes better.
True.
So the question that she asked, now I've gotten it.
Yes.
It was on the top 7 combinations for opposition in 2027, in this order: President, running mate, and then Prime Secretary. Prime Secretary, yes. So
Prime Cabinet Secretary.
Prime Cabinet Secretary. So the first combination that had 18%, the highest, it was Matiang'i, Sifuna, Kalonzo. So Matiang'i as president, and then Sifuna as running mate, and then Prime Secretary Kalonzo.
The highest?
Yes, at 18%.
Okay.
Then Kalonzo, Sifuna, Matiang'i at 16%. Matiang'i, Kalonzo, Sifuna at 11%. Kalonzo, Matiang'i, Rigathi. Now, this is the first time we are seeing Rigathi at 9%. And then Kalonzo, Sifuna, Rigathi, 8%. Matiang'i, Kalonzo, Rigathi, 5%. Matiang'i, Sifuna, Rigathi at 5%. Then other combinations took the lion's share at 29%.
Others.
These are now other combinations that...
But when the highest is at 18, it shows you there's something wrong.
The respondents, 18%.
Yes, 18% for Matiang'i as president, Sifuna as deputy president, and then Kalonzo as prime cabinet secretary.
That's 18%. So
18.
You are saying that there's an 80-something percent that have not responded to this, or if they have responded, they have not responded in favor of this.
Yeah, so there were other 16, 11, 9%, 8%, 5%, 5%, but those are now the combinations of Kalonzo, Sifuna, Matiang'i, Kalonzo, Sifuna.
The second one was Kalonzo?
So at 16% we have Kalonzo, Sifuna, Matiang'i. So Kalonzo as president, Sifuna as running mate, Matiang'i as
and
prime
the first one was
Matiang'i
and Sifuna.
So the first one was Matiang'i as president.
Let's go to the third one.
Sifuna as as deputy president, and then Kalonzo as PCS.
The second one.
No. Again, the first two. So the first one, Matiang'i as president, Sifuna as his running mate, Kalonzo as the prime cabinet secretary.
Yes.
And you see Kalonzo being somebody's
The second-
prime cabinet secretary. And go on.
So the second
The
one
second-
is Kalonzo as president, Sifuna as running mate, then Matiang'i at 16%. Now, I mean, sorry, Matiang'i as PCS. Now, that
And the
is
third one, finally, I want to make a decision.
Oh yeah, so the third one is Matiang'i as president, Kalonzo as running mate, and then Sifuna as PCS. That one got 11% of the poll of the vote.
It's okay. It's okay. That is people talking. But you see, the percentages are at 18 for the highest.
Yeah,
Shows you
daunting.
there's something wrong, and it shows you that it's not quite
clear cut.
It's not crystallized. And perhaps the way it was is something people didn't understand quite very well.
If this particular poll with the same variables I asked in another 3 months' time, if it's done so consistently and you're talking about the same questions being asked, the same combinations being asked, but the time it's done, say 3 times over a period of time, you may actually get a clearer understanding of what it is that people think. But for you to measure what they are trying to do as a representation of what people think regionally, then perhaps you need to go beyond one particular region and have similar questions asked in other regions. That way you get a very clear indication of what it is that people think about some of those things. But more importantly, it will also tell you what people think about the presidential election and how their support is determined.
You remember this one we actually read here with you, which was done in the Western region, and it favored Ruto as president. Then the second person it favored was actually Governor Natembeya.
That was then. If you did the same thing now,
yeah, perhaps the results would be different.
Yes, you see, if you have a poll like that, say in the western part of the country,
yes,
okay, and there is no Sifuna in that poll, I would like to see.
You have seen even this one; he's a constant factor there.
Yes, I would really like to see what how people would respond to that particular poll, and I would also like to see in that region, if you put Rigade in that particular combination, how it is the response would be. The dynamics of our politics often manifests itself in the most interesting of ways. Okay? As I said, a poll is a good thing, but it's what it is, it's an opinion.
But yesterday's judgment, throws this ball again.
Yes.
The way I see it, from yesterday's judgment, the role Gachagua will play becomes clearer and more crucial.
How so?
By the Mount Kenya people completely withdrawing and supporting somebody, the message is huge, and the chances of success of whoever is picked becomes very high.
What are the chances of him supporting President Ruto?
Chances in politics, the chances are always there. You never rule out anything. Our history is full of that.
After everything he has said about him,
after everything they say about each other, they always dying together.
What people say in politics, my
it's
friend,
nothing.
What of a duck's back?
What Uhuru said about Raila, what Raila said about Uhuru, but they became the biggest buddies.
It is the followers of these political personalities who take these things to heart. The politicians themselves don't take these things to heart.
Just a game.
But what would that mean? What would that do to his support base?
You might argue on the face of it that if Gachagua was to say, okay, well, bygones are bygones, I'll support Ruto for this and this reason, you will automatically think the people will desert him. But it's never that simple. Because what the politicians do is to build on something or create something on which to hang. They build hooks. They put hooks on the wall on which to hang a coat. Okay. We, with our naked eyes, we think you'll just hang a coat here without a hook. Then they make sure there's a hook. So they wait for something to happen, or for somebody to say something out of turn. So, okay, we shall see. you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So they are very clever. He won't just come up and say, I'm supporting Ruto. Something could have happened. Maybe when they are identifying the presidential candidate. But say, if these people think they are clever, we better work with Ruto. Kama wanaona ati watapatia fulani, wacha tufanye na Ruto. And you know, it is possible, although it's most unlikely.
Yes.
It's most unlikely, and mainly because the community from which Gachagua comes, more than other communities in this country, tend to go ahead of the leaders. They tend almost to be ahead in terms of to make a decision. When they decided they were voting for Ruto, yes, Gachagua played a big role. Yes, Kina Ishungu and the rest played a big role. But the people were all hapo mbele wakienda kwa Ruto.
It is, in this instance, the honesty is that the people, the leaders followed the people.
Yes.
It is the people who decided.
Yes.
It reminds me of the 2007 elections.
Yes.
In the Rift Valley. The support for Raila did not come from Ruto. The people had decided to support Raila.
Yes.
So it is Ruto who aligned himself.
Oh,
he had it.
He had to align himself. There was
Raila gave him a lifeline.
Yes. His people had already moved in that direction. That's why they called him Arap Mibei. They decided.
So sometimes it works in some communities. So if Gachagua were to attempt to back Ruto, it will be a bit of an uphill task, because the people seem to be decided on not supporting Ruto. So to turn them, it will be quite a challenge. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it will be quite a challenge, a big challenge. But it doesn't mean then that Ruto will get nothing from there, with or without Gachagua.
But that region, what also characterizes that region, if you look at the politics, is that they don't always vote as a bloc. In fact, when they vote as a bloc, that now is a rarity.
Which region? The mountain?
I'm talking about the mountain. They don't. They have not always. We're talking about a presidential election.
Yes.
No. Even when they have had somebody from that region being a candidate, okay? Very rarely, first of all, have you found that there's only one person from that region who is vying for a presidential position. You can think back for as far as you like. When Matiba was a presidential candidate, there was Kibaki. Okay? When Kibaki himself in 2002, there was Uhuru. So those votes didn't necessarily just go to one particular candidate. Okay? Now, when you have a people who have that level of independence in terms of who they elect, and if you look at the attrition rate of of members of parliament and how often they remove them, it tells you these people are very clear about what it is they expect from the leadership, and if you do not comply, they get rid of you. It's not, they did not waste their time. The uniqueness, and why I've compared it with the Rift Valley, is this. If you compare that with the western part of the country, and I'm including Luo Nyanza into it, their history has been, you have a leader whom you follow. So the people wait for the leader to tell them the direction which they should follow.
So it will be very difficult for him to... And I think knowing that, I doubt that he will take that. And you see this judgment also from what I can see...
Yes.
...has reactivated the ground. They feel, I think many people, especially from the mountain, feel this was unfair.
This ruling from yesterday?
Judgment, yes, it was unfair. It serves there for the purpose of heightening the animosity the people have had, the anger they have had against the system. And therefore putting Rigathi Gachagua within the ambit of their love. So the people now get closer to Gachagua than before. These things don't just happen and they pass. And that's why, if I had been on the bench,
yes,
I would not have left the judgment in the manner in which they did it, because it creates the impression that the unfairness that is obvious when you read the judgment or listen to the judgment. The unfairness is more or less deliberate. And that kind of thing serves to make people love somebody more than they actually love them. This idea of saying that the guy's rights were violated, and then you proceed to uphold the impeachment. They should not have done that.
But
if you ask me.
But when they say the rights were abrogated, on what specific issue were the rights abrogated? What is it? Because
it's on everything. Look, to understand the meaning and the import of that part of the judgment, that we appreciate that your rights were violated, you are denied the right to fair judgment, you must consider two things. Number one, you begin with Article 25, which says there are certain things you can't deny a human being, or which you must protect in terms of rights. You cannot make somebody a slave, for example, hold him in bondage. Another thing they say, there are actually four things. Another thing they say of relevance here is that the right to fair trial is a constitutional right that is not negotiable. Not
negotiable.
You can't deny a human being. So you understand that. Now let's go to the next thing. Impeachment. Impeachment, as we all know, is a political process. But it happens in two houses. It happens in National Assembly and happens in the Senate. The impeachment takes place in Senate for President and Deputy President. For governors, it takes place in the County Assembly. So impeachment itself takes place in the National Assembly. You can do the politics. And that's why the judges were saying they are not bothered about the reasons. No court will be bothered about the reasons. So the courts are just to see that the process is right. So now let's go to the Senate. So you have been impeached by National Assembly. We go to the Senate. The Senate is a trial, underline the word trial, is a trial house or chamber. Trial.
It functions as a court.
Yeah, quasi-judicial. It's a trial chamber. Now, when it comes to a trial, the right to
a fair trial.
Fair trial.
Free and fair, sorry.
The right to fair trial is paramount. So once that right has been violated at Senate, not at the National Assembly, at the Senate, because the Senate is conducting a trial.
Yes.
A trial, underlined in capital letters, in bold, then underlined 3 times.
Circle it, in fact.
And it is conducting a trial.
Yes.
The Senate is conducting a trial. The work of the court is to ensure the process is proper. And above all, the rights of the person being tried are not violated. And the processes are followed.
Okay.
We will not even go where they say the process was messed up a bit by the Senate. Let's not go there. Let's leave that one to lawyers. Let's talk what a layman can talk. The right to fair trial was denied regarding Gachagua at the Senate when it was conducting a trial. To that extent, nothing else stands. So when I hear my friend Professor Tom Ojenda, senior counsel, saying they will file a cross petition, it is critical. That cross appeal is critical. Because the first thing they will want to do in the cross petition is to quash that part of the judgment of the court of the High Court. That the Gachagua's right to fair trial was denied. If they don't quash it, then the Supreme Court will quash the impeachment. On that basis alone, because Senate is conducting a trial, and then you deny the main person the right, and you say so at the High Court. The High Court says as much. Then there will be nothing that will stand after that. And that's why these respondents, Professor Tom Ojenda and their people, they will move quickly with a cross petition to strike out that bit of Gachagua being denied. It's still arguable.
Yeah.
You can argue. They can argue. They can argue.
Where?
But the way the High Court put it,
yes,
that the 10-day period was self-imposed. In any case, the Speaker told them, why don't we adjourn up to Saturday to give this guy time to get out of, to leave court and come, and they refused. And they all said, they all spoke to his illness, sympathizing and saying quick recovery and things like that. So it is very tricky even for the cross appeal to succeed. And that might hold. And once it holds, the whole impeachment process collapses.
It might end up being the key.
Yes.
That
it
unlocks,
collapses.
yes.
Yeah. It will collapse. That's why I'm saying this judgment is good. It makes the work of the Court of Appeal very simple. Extremely simple.
Yeah.
And clear and straightforward.
Let's talk about the by-elections that have been held so far. The DCP has either come number 2 or a distant third, or perhaps, among others.
Yes.
Is that an indication of perhaps, or rather, are we going to see something different, or do you think we can see something different in Ol Kalou? Because that will be an indicator, perhaps, of his popularity and that of the candidate they have chosen, of course. What do you think might come out of it?
First of all, you must make a general statement to the effect that by-elections are not a very good indicator of what's going to happen.
Okay.
When the main election comes. For various reasons. Top among them, the turnout is always poor. The person with the best capacity to mobilize, with the most resources, always gets it. Secondly, government, with the resources and the structures it has, will always carry the day in most instances of a by-election.
Okay.
It has the biggest influence. Having said that, you can then say it will also depend on the area. And therefore, Ol Kalou being a strongly DCP area, it will be strange if they lost. That is despite the onslaught from UDA and government. One would expect they would win. But we did expect them to win through DP in Mbere North.
Yes.
They didn't win. We expected them to win through DAP in Malaba. They didn't win. The government was overwhelming in terms of, one would argue, its excesses. Okay? So, if the same is deployed in Ol Kalou, there is also the likelihood that government could still win. But the opposition can also not be left free of blame. They never approach these by-elections with the seriousness. They want to win them, but they are not serious. How do you then win?
But they say they want to win them.
Yes.
They say they are a united opposition.
Yes.
But the optics tell us a completely different story.
Yes.
Because if you look at the votes that the winners garner and the number 2 garner, they tend to be close. So you ask yourself, is if the others who claim to be in the opposition had not fielded candidates, surely does it not then stand to reason?
Or some of them, like in Malaba, they drop out of the race sometimes when it's too late to matter.
Yes.
So they become sentimental where being called, because politics requires sometimes you are called in the manner in which you do things. So you are in Mbere North, you are sentimental, oh DP, what DP. If it was DCP, I think it could have won. It could have won in Mbere North. This time, there is Kanu, there is Jubilee. And there is
DCP and UDA.
Look, Jubilee knows they don't stand a chance. Why are they feeling a candidate?
Because they say, not us, they say the person whose seat it was a Jubilee candidate.
But it is a fact.
So it will take us then back to Mbere North.
Yes.
Where because there had been a DP candidate or something near that, then the most popular party, which was DCP, had to yield. And look at the results. So if they are playing the same game in Ol Kalou, they are opening the door for UDA. But more critically, the reason why Raila for many years did not win this thing.
Yes.
There were many reasons. We all know. We've been close there. But there is one I have always underlined. I like underlining in bold.
And you circle.
Seriousness. Yes. When you are hanging around Raila's campaign, even from far, you don't see the seriousness required to win an election. You never saw it. It never came through. And SK Mashara said it at some point. You never saw that seriousness required to win a presidential election. Now, when you look at the opposition in matters of this by-election, that is what you notice. Before you see anything else, you see that one. It's hanging there, very clear, conspicuous. Yeah, you look at the sky, it is there. You look down, it is there. You look midway, it is there.
Yeah.
The lack of seriousness.
But, Prof, how does seriousness look like?
It looks like seriousness.
Because if I look at them, they are wearing, if it's ODM colors, they have the
colors. Don't mobilize votes.
They have the artists there.
So in Malava, Kibet was there 24/7.
Yes.
And you saw what happened in Bere North. The people were there, and Gachagua went there the last few days.
Akinaruku were there.
Yeah, and
again,
that seriousness
24/7.
you can see it. And this being an election, and this being Kenya, even the resources. I can tell you, in a place like Malaba, if they had put in resources, they would have won the election. They would have won the election. Because, you see, in a by-election, the moment you leave your place open to attack by your enemy, you are gone. It is your area. It is your stronghold. The people are yours. But you leave the doors wide open for anybody to come in and out and do as they wish. Bribe voters in open daylight. Open daylight. How then do you expect to win?
People complain, but the election process continues. You see, I mean, to be honest.
Yes.
This group that refers to itself as the United Opposition,
alternative government,
whatever it is.
Yeah, but
alternative is even worse.
That is infinitely worse, because the moment you refer to yourself as an alternative government, and in your campaign you don't seem to have an alternative to what this government is doing, then people ask, so what really are you telling us?
An alternate, alternate of the same thing.
Yes.
Simple English. An alternative, the same thing.
Yes.
Kenyans are looking for something different.
And so what are they offering?
You are giving you an alternative of the same.
So what are you?
And like C.T. Muga is saying, they are not seeing anything alternative.
So what are you offering them? Look, if you look at, is it called Emurua Dikir?
Yes.
Emurua Dikir. The people were with them. The people were DCP. The ground was DCP. But you must transform the popularity into votes.
Yes.
And that's why when I say this, some people get annoyed with me. When I say beating Ruto will take more than one term Ruto must go. That is not enough to remove Ruto. You remove Ruto by mobilizing and organizing and ensuring you harness this into votes. And I'm not seeing the opposition. And I've argued, look here.
Yes.
Who among the opposition can be half as popular as Raila Odinga? None of them.
None.
And they never became president. Because you have to mobilize people into voting.
Yes.
Once you mobilize, the next stage is to mobilize. No, you are popular. You are populated yourself. You have made yourself popular, popularize yourself. Now the next phase is to mobilize these people into going to the polling station. Okay? The third phase is to ensure the voting is conducted in a manner that is not manipulated by your opponents. That includes guarding your vote. So it's a three-phase thing. Phase one, make people accept you, which is where the opposition today are. They are popular. Ruto is less popular by a whooping almost 60-something percent.
Oh.
Ruto.
Okay.
But now you must move to the next phase where make sure this popularity is translated into votes. And the people go to vote. And now when they go to vote, number three, the third phase is make sure that voting
is
not manipulated by your opponents. Which means you also have to guard your votes. It means you have to have agents. From as early as 2007, if Raila just had agents, he would have beaten his opponents badly.
Yeah.
Badly. If you followed even the election petition of 2013, Raila won. Especially the presentation from Kadi Kilonzo, the daughter to Mutula Kilonzo.
Yes.
Yeah. If you followed how the top-up was being done in order for these guys to escape the runoff, because they were going to be eclipsed during the runoff.
Yes.
They were taking kidogo from wiki candidates, Kenamuite. And you remember what she said? From those who have little, it shall be taken and added
to those who have much.
But you remember how she said?
Yes.
Put this. What I'm saying is, it is not enough to be popular. And the opposition was popular in Muruadikil. Opposition was popular in Malawa. Opposition was popular in Bere North.
Okay.
Opposition is popular in Olkalau.
But
I will not be surprised if they lose. The chances of losing are most unlikely. The chances of DCP winning are so high, we will all be left wondering if they lost. But I will not be surprised.
let me read a comment here. DK saying, I agree with Prof. The work of Court of Appeal will be simple and straightforward. It's literally an open book. My Tech 2.0 anasema losers always have excuses. How can you say they were not serious with that by-election in Mbere? Yet, by-elections yet in Mbere, we even saw them drinking tea in people's houses. They even swore there is no way they'll lose.
The alternative is that in Mbere people were even given sweets. Forget the money. Look, the seriousness in politics is everything we've discussed. The permanency with which their presence is represented, the amount of money that they are willing to deploy, everything, the visiting and drinking tea, all that is seriousness. And the opposition was simply being asked to field one candidate.
Yes. And
that is it.
And you'll have this thing.
And we're not able to field one candidate.
Even like now, if you go to presidential votes, I have said this repeatedly and I have been told I don't know what I'm talking about. Sometimes I've accepted. I've told the opposition, don't go by the past. And I think I've even said it here.
Okay.
Move quickly in the direction of giving Kenyans an idea of how we are moving forward in terms of who is the presidential candidate. You may not even identify, but let there be structures. Today, the opposition is running without structures. First, they are all, most of them at least, are avoiding the issue of picking a presidential candidate. I think each person thinks the longer it takes, the higher my chances. That if we do it now, it may favor Kalonzo. Because Kalonzo is always has been the top favorite. So other people think it should not come so fast. But even if you are not telling Kenyans who is your candidate, at least show Kenyans the level of seriousness by having structures.
Yeah.
And we will know you have structures by the factual presentations you make. If you make mistakes, factual mistakes, if you say things that are not true, they are not well thought out, that are proved wrong the following day, then we know you are not coming from some structured background.
Yeah.
If you are talking about oil and everything else, if you have a secretariat, a functional secretariat, which is part of the structure, you can only say things which have been filtered by the experts, and they are true. You get it. And what C.T. Muga says and what Ruto has said many times, these guys have no alternative.
Yes.
So if you had structures, you'll be giving a glimpse of what your government would look like. You don't have to have a manifesto now, but a glimpse. You give an idea to Kenyans. If we take over, these are the areas we'll concentrate on. On this particular one, we are clear. This one is not negotiable. If you say we have looked at CBC, we are not negotiating on this one. Hii tunatoa.
Yeah.
Hii tunabadilisha.
You know, that's clarity.
That's clarity.
Tukiweka Biblia chini.
Yeah. Ama unasema hii tutaita wa Kenya wa discuss kwa mambo ya CBC. Sisi from where we sit, it doesn't look to be the right way to go, but we shall have Kenyans have a conversation around CBC. On this one of mafuta, hakuna negotiation. Tunatoa ma VAT na vitu vingine. We will reduce the taxes by 60-70%. Hii railway levy inafanya nini? Hii inafanya nini?
Levy.
Hii inafanya nini kwa mafuta? Hii inafanya nini kwa tutatoa? That kind of clarity, if you only have a structure. Because you see, then you don't just talk. Experts will have told you, well, if you remove VAT, you are there's a hole.
How are you going to plug that hole?
How do you plug the hole? Then they give you an alternative. Unaona? Waambia, okay, tukizuia tu wizi, This government spends so much on seminars, workshops, and travels, and what have you. That money is enough to plug that hole of VAT. You see? You say, on health, something like health.
Yes.
Do you want to improve on SHA? Some of them say they want to go to NHIF. That's not an alternative. They are so weak. So Ruto sometimes is right. If it's Manyora, I say, okay, we spend so much on health.
Yes.
Allocation to county governments and what remains at the national government. What we raise from the public through NHIF insurance, whatever, is so much. What government puts in. Totally, we have this. We only need an extra 150 billion to give Kenyans free medical cover, walk in, walk out. Unaingia tu, unaonesha wewe ni Mkenya. Na unapata huduma na dawa iko na kila
hapo.
Hakuna shilingi moja unatoa.
Regardless of what is ailing you.
Yes. So you have the figures. You are saying, look, given what we are already spending on education, with that, because look, I was arguing with somebody on my podcast. Look, CT. Somebody was telling me, a very serious Kenyan, that you cannot have free education.
Of course you can.
So I asked him, when you have paid teachers, the classrooms are there, what is remaining?
Wanafunzi kukuja.
If you have hospitals constructed na mzungu, because when you got independence, we had King George's Hospital, 2 referral hospitals, spinal injury, Nairobi and Mathare. And then we had Provincial General Hospital, PGH, District Hospital, Sub-District Hospital. Then every location had a health center, and then dispensaries down there.
Yes.
Moi added Nyayo wards, and we have constructed others. What else do you need? You need medical staff. We have them. We are already paying them. So what else is required, is left to give free medical care? What is left? Very little. I think with an extra 150, 200 billion there, I don't have the facts. It can go beyond 200 billion to give Kenyans completely free quality health care. You walk in, you walk out. So that after 2 years, all these so-called private clinics, they have all closed. The same with education. So you need a serious outfit. If the opposition is to be believed by Kenyans, they must pronounce themselves on issues that distinguish them from the current regime.
That they do not do.
They have not done. So nobody can take them serious.
There's a comment here, if I may just read it. I hope they poteza. All right. This is Elijah Sang. Elijah saying, let's not forget the judges said the only thing happened, the only thing that happened is Rigathi not had, but it was on tail end of the impeachment process. Nothing was delivered to Senate to prove Rigathi was sick.
I get what he's saying. Or she, or whatever he.
It's Elijah.
What he's saying is this. It came at the tail end, but it came at the trial stage.
Yeah.
So no trial took place. Who are you trying? Rigathi was the man you are trying, and even the court of the High Court makes it even worse for anybody else. They say he was also his own witness. It came out in the High Court. He is the main person accused, if you wish, in a trial.
Yes. And
he is the main witness and the only witness. So without the person who is accused and without the main witness, what trial was taking place? And that's why they were forced into admitting that his rights were denied.
And that's why the 50 million has been awarded.
Yeah. So
I think it was Boniface Mwangi was telling us something to do with ex parte. Nini nanga hizo mambo za ex parte where a ruling or a judgment can be passed in the absence
of... But this is a trial.
And
in a trial, the right to fair trial, I think it's Article 47 or whatever it is, is incomplete if the accused person is not given a chance to be heard. Yeah.
You see,
how would you try somebody unheard?
In absentia, can you? When I say that...
Unless it was completely, if it was completely unavoidable. But look, the judges have said there was a window up to Saturday. From Thursday to, they refused despite acknowledging that this guy was unwell. The court has said even what the doctor said, Dr. Gekonyo, is not material to them. They have accepted reading the Hansard and everything, that everybody in the Senate, as they were voting to say no to the adjournment, they knew Gachagua was unwell. The court is convinced, and so are Kenyans. So you get it.
Yes.
But the court goes further and says even this deadline is a self-imposed deadline because they were conducting a plenary hearing, and the 10-day period is for a committee.
Okay.
So are no excuses.
Yeah.
It's a simple, straightforward thing. Tell our friend, when this matter goes to the Supreme Court, it will be a very simple issue to determine. The court could as well first begin by disagreeing with the High Court in terms of that unfairness.
Okay.
In terms of denying Gachagua his right to fair trial. They could disagree.
Okay.
But if they say yes, it complicates things.
Yes.
It complicates things because then you cannot say you denied a guy a right to fair trial enshrined in Article 25 and then proceed not to grant him justice on the basis of that. It's an anomaly.
All right. I guess that's where we come to an end as far as the comments are concerned. But kuna moja nimesema hapa, this is Tindis. Amesema Mbuvi, say hi to Super Professor, one of the most brilliant minds this country will ever have. We, si bado uko hapa wendi mahali?
I'm humble.
All right, sir. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you too. Thank you very, very much
for your insight as far as this conversation is concerned. Coming up is Mr. Ademba Alans. Si mnajua ule jamaa wa Tuko Kadi movement?
Tuko Kadi.
Ndio kabisa. Uko Kadi, Prof?
Mimi sasa siwezi kuwa Kadi. I voted enough. Me and Muga. Do you still vote?
The last time I voted.
Hata fingerprints naweza kukataa kuchukua.
Yes.
At the last time you voted?
I'm trying to remember when. But I vote.
2022.
No, we vote.
Oh, okay.
We must.
Paul, do you really think this man was joking with you? Did you really think that we would actually not vote?
Si amesema fingerprints zake zimedelete. Zako pia zimedelete.
Hiyo ni with age they tend to fade.
Yes.
Hiyo sasa ni shida system yao.
Sawa basi. Folks, don't go too far. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Laikipia County Security Committee has vowed to take action against any goons who may loot or destroy property during today's demonstrations against the construction of an Ebola quarantine facility at Laikipia Air Base. The committee says security agencies are on high alert to ensure law and order is maintained during the protest. A section of locals have strongly opposed the planned isolation facility, arguing it will create fear and scare away investors and tourists.
Tumeshuhudia kwamba maandamano mengi huwa yanafuatiwa na uvunjaji sheria, wizi na mambo mengine. Mimi ni kusema kwamba kama sisi kama county security team tumesema kwamba hatutaruhusu mambo ambayo yavunjaji sheria.
Raia wa Laikipia wako na uwajibikaji wa kuensure that wale wakora wanakuja, wanawaitia polisi, wanashikwa na wanawekwa ndani.
The Salaries and Remuneration Commission says its salary review process is based on wide public participation and consultation with key stakeholders. Speaking on Radio Generation today, SRC CEO Ali Abdullahi said the commission engages major public institutions, including the judiciary, parliament, the executive, county governments, and public service boards before making decisions on pay for public officers. Abdullahi added that SRC also collects views from members of the public through surveys, media engagements, and online platforms.
This is because there is a constitutional requirement that duty bearers are supposed to engage stakeholders. Any decision that SRC makes is a product of very comprehensive stakeholder engagement. Like now we are in the fourth review, and in the fourth review cycle, we have engaged all the public service, and we've also engaged citizens through our interactive systems, the website and the media, a lot of media engagement, just to get the feedback of Kenyans, as well as the ones that decision is going to affect, because we make administrative decisions and advisories affect public officers. So we've engaged all the institutions, like now when you look at judiciary, we have engaged Judicial Service Commission as well as judiciary. We have engaged Parliamentary Service Commission as well as Parliament. We have engaged the executive through the head of public service. We have engaged county governments.
Martha Karua, leader of the People's Liberation Party, has criticized the government's proposed budget, saying it is too large despite what she described as a weak revenue collection. She warned that the country risks relying heavily on borrowing to cover the budget deficit, which could increase the national debt burden. Karua also took issue with what she termed wasteful and extravagant government spending, arguing that the better financial discipline and prudent use of public resources are needed to address Kenya's economic challenges.
The previous era, where Ruto was the deputy, the budget for State House was 5 billion. Why does it keep ballooning? What development is occurring at State House? What we see is people queuing for money.
She called for the reduction in travel, hospitality and entertainment expenditures across national and county governments.
We would slash by 60%, and some of the items would be scrapped altogether because some of them are just unnecessary.
About 150 Malawians who were repatriated from South Africa following rising concerns over xenophobia were expected to arrive back in Malawi by road on Monday, according to authorities in Lilongwe. The repatriation comes after reports of violence in South Africa's Western Cape province, including incidents of intimidation and the death of 2 Mozambican nationals in Mossel Bay. Officials say the Malawian nationals were among several foreign citizens who had sought refuge in temporary camps for safety. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
All right, welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? I hope mali mko sawa kabisa. Wacha nisalimie watu kadha wa kadha hapa. John Guge nilikuwa nimekusema, Elijah Sang pia nilikusema, Rahul Malota sawa amesema I don't know. Even I don't know what you don't know. And then Big T amesema county number 33 Narok streaming online, great show. That is from the Heart Restaurant. Watu wa Heart Restaurant, karibuni tena sana. And then we have Anthony Omolo, Jamal Nura, Luis Rudasingwa, Alando amesema good morning City and Movie. When you have the head of a football body which is unfair, which is a unifier on all fronts, wearing a MAGA cap and proposing building of football stadiums in Gaza, the sports fraternity should pause. Did Infantino wear a MAGA cap? Because tukona Alan Zademba, good morning first of all.
Good morning, how are you?
Are you a football fan?
No, I'm not.
Okay, because I was going to ask you whether Infantino is the FIFA president. Kama kuna mahali alionekana amevaa MAGA cap. Anyway, Douglas Kibogong is saying, City, have you ever been tear gassed?
No.
Alan, have you been tear gassed?
Yeah, a couple of times.
Haya. Then we have Michael Olande saying good morning from Clear City on 1,000 Hills. Clear, is it clear or clear? Anyway, see hiyo iko huko Kigali, Rwanda. Haya. John Goge amesema I feel for Gachagua, if there is a time a man should sit in the shade, this is the time. Gachagua rest, take the 50 million. Alright, sasa hizo zingine ni maswali za SRC. Wacha sasa tuingie kwa conversation yetu ya leo. Alan, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Mimi niko fiti sana. Before we get into Tuko Kadi, sisitia kupatia methali. Alafu tuambie unafikiria nini kuhusu hii methali.
Sawa.
Aya, city over to you.
Yes, our proverbs for this week come from the Republic of Mauritius. The cleverness of one alone is a shallow well that soon dries up.
The cleverness of one alone
is a shallow well which soon dries up.
Okay, according to the way I can simply put it is, you might be clever, you might be doing something good, but if you move alone and not find ways of working with other people, it will soon find ways of just ending. So you have to find people to work with as you go on in your journey. For example, I can't do Tuko Kadi alone. I have to partner with other people. If I'm to do it alone, I'll be the one who will be drained na mimi ndio nitaumia. Wanasemanga that movement, that statement, if you want to go far, if you want,
Actually, you're the second person to say that this morning. Our first guest alisema mambo ya, going far together. The last time you were here, you told us that you have partnered with some people on Tuko Kadi. I think I also saw wewe mahali kwa pickup fulani huko nyuma, sijui ilikuwa ni pickup ya kubeba nini. Mkienda, was it Naivasha or
No, that was in Kitale. We were going to Kitale.
Ati mulipatiwa lift ama what happened?
Hatukupatiwa lift. Okay. Tulikuwa na cars, but the cars were not enough. Tulikuwa, because at that time we were working with a lot of people. Anybody who was interested in joining us to wherever we are going, we were welcoming them. So on that day, we welcome more people than the cars we had.
Okay.
So
that's a good thing.
The spaces that we have, we just had to fit in. Yeah, but of course atungeenda mbali. So of course you can't be that way from Nairobi to Kitale. So kufika Nakuru, we found another car that was given to us by this guy, John. Actually, I can just mention his name, John CW. Yeah.
So aliwaambia tushikeni gari muende nayo ama pandeni ni wabebe.
He had been supporting us from the onset. Yeah, Nagari has been giving us cars, but ikafika point, one of the cars broke down. So, yeah. Na ilikuwa Mercedes.
How do you tell what help, or rather what kind of help to accept from who? Because some might come with some strings attached.
I know.
Mimi nikwambie sasa fanya hivi, si shika gari wende nayo Nakuru, but these are the my wants or my needs.
Okay, the first thing that we have been doing is, before you give up, because we've turned down a lot of help, and especially from politicians or wanasiasa. And I know somebody like Ata CW would love to be in politics someday, and probably is already in politics. But the thing is, we have to look at, is what you're doing aligning with us? And what are the strings attached? Do you want us now to be sisi ni team CW, sisi ni team CT? If you're just supporting us to do our thing, that is okay. But if you want us now to, you own us, you man us now, that is not going to happen. Yeah, but we've been receiving a lot of support, to be honest.
Good thing. Yeah. Maybe just give us an update from whence you were last year. Nini kimetendeka?
The last time I was here, Tuko Kadi, okay, we had mobilized at least 1.3 million people. Then, of course, by the end of April, the total number of registration was 2.6. So the exact number was 2,612,725 people, new registered voter. But of course, it was inclusion of the number of the people who registered before we started Tuko Kadi. So between last year and that, which was like 300K. So 300K plus the 2.3 that we mobilized. So that is 2.6. So that was the biggest achievement, and that, I think, according to what I've been doing, whatever I've been doing in the civic world, that is the biggest achievement I've ever received. And now the first phase of enhanced continuous voter registration, of course, ended. And I myself had to take a break, and we had to go back to what we were doing, because we also do other things apart from the civic world. But the thing is, you cannot invent a river in Turkana. The moment it starts flowing, you leave it, because you feel tired. You've put the hopes of an entire community on that river, so you have to make sure that that river flows continuously. So what we are going is we are coming back, but we are not coming back in a way that is going to strain us. We are just coming back with planned activities. For example, I'm leaving here to go register street kids in Odaya dump site. There's 20 street kids with ID cards. You know, that's impact to us. If you can
Odaya
register.
is in Nyeri.
No, Odaya hii hapa.
And venye sikujua kuna Odaya.
There's Odaya next to Toy Market. Odaya market next to Toy Market.
Okay.
So we are going to register at least 20 street kids there. Then on Saturday we are registering the albinism community. They reached out. Then on Sunday we have a thing with the Gen Zs. We call them Tuko Kadi Buddies Walk. So we are having like 200 Gen Zs just walking as we talk politics.
Yeah. So for example with the albino community, munaenda kufanya nini haswa?
No, the thing is, the albinism community, actually it's their activity.
Yes.
They just invited us. They've collected themselves, they've mobilized themselves. They're having their activity, but in between the activity there is voter registration.
Okay.
So the only way we can chip in is by we call in the registration officers from the IBC. They're coming to register people. Yeah.
This is something you can actually do.
Yes. Yeah, just call the hour of Kibra while I was sitting here to tell them that we are going to register people in Odaya. Send us some clerks and they are going to come.
Wait a minute. Ngoja kidogo. So if I want to register people wako na vitambi kama mimi,
of course.
So tuseme tuko na association ya vitambi holders of Kenya.
Yeah.
And then we have, I don't know, we are probably 1,000 of us. We can actually call the IBC, tell them to come here in Kilimani where we are, where we shall be meeting, for example, maybe at a hotel. They come with their clerks and they register us while we are having our kikao.
Yeah. And mind you, they're just waiting for their call because they have targets to achieve. So they're going to come.
I didn't know this. I thought I'd have to go. So, but now what happens, because kuna watu wa vitambi wametoka different places. Kuna watu wa
Now the thing is you have to be in a central location, of course.
No, yeah, but what I want to understand is, so kuna maybe wenye watatoka Mlolongo, wengine watatoka maybe Karen, wengine watatoka pa Kibera and the other places as well. Sasa wakikuja sasa kila mtu atakuwa registered wa Kibera wata registered wa
No, I understand your question. Yes. IBC wako na different KIMS kit. Wako na the one in register watu to that location, but wako na open kits. Now open kits will register you wherever you want to vote. Kama unataka vote Bungoma lakini unakaa Nairobi, kama unataka vote Busia lakini unakaa Nairobi, Mombasa. So it doesn't matter where you're coming from, as long as that center iko na open kit, they're going to register you. And for such activities kama hiyo yenu, we would advise them, because these people are coming from different location, please come with at least 1 or 2 open kits. Yeah.
Okay. So City, you've been, because I usually see you with the association ya watu wako na white. You guys organize yourselves.
The association that you see is not ile white. You notice wanavaa miwani. So the association
But honestly, I would be mad if I find somebody's city's age when they register to vote.
Why?
Kwa nini?
City, for example, the time that you
have been alive.
The time that you've been alive, and I was to put it that the time that you are eligible to vote, I was not born yet. So in the 26 years that I've lived on this earth, you've not seen the urge to register as a voter.
Probably your parents hadn't even met.
Yeah. So you want to tell me for 26 years that I've lived on this earth, you've not seen the urge to go vote? It doesn't matter whether you are abroad, because kitambo when you're abroad.
I vote, by the way, just so that you understand. I vote, but I didn't always vote, even when I was eligible.
Why?
I did not see the need.
Do you see the need right now?
By the time I was going to university, I think I was 18 years old, was I 19? We still had a single party state. Okay?
Yeah.
And in my mind, the outcomes were predetermined.
The same.
So I did not see what I was voting for.
Vote or not, you know the president.
You know the president.
Forget the president. Even the MP, it was one party, it was KANU. So the choice I had was who to choose from, who is in KANU. Yes, now if none of them were my choices, what was I doing going to vote? But I changed my mind after avoiding some like 3 electoral cycles. Okay? Because the challenge to me, and I was challenged by some foreigners and said, no, you need to vote, it's important. I said, you don't understand. my not voting is also voting. That was my position.
Yeah, and that's true.
When I don't vote, I am participating. You seem to suggest that if I don't cast a vote, I'm not participating. But I argued myself out of that argument, and I said, you know something? If people are going to make decisions for things that concern me, I must have a say.
Exactly.
That was the logic I used. And so I'm voting so that I'm having a say in that process. So whatever the outcome, but at least I have had what?
A say.
A say.
Yes.
Whether the minority say or the majority
but
say.
I have had a say. That to me was the logic that I used when I now started to vote. So if you ask me who my MCA is, I have no idea. If you ask me who my MP is, I have an idea. Okay? Governor, of course, I have an idea. Senator, I have an idea.
Yes.
But part of the reason is because I would then vote. Every time I went to vote, there are some sections I did not take. Because I'm looking, I'm saying, I don't know these people.
Yeah.
So why am I voting? And I don't vote for parties. I vote for individuals.
Exactly, and that's how it's supposed
I
to
vote for
be.
a person. Okay, like I didn't vote for ODM. I voted for Raila.
Me, the one time I found myself not recognizing any of the candidates, ilikuanga for the MCA position. I looked at the underdog na nikasema huyu ndio nitapatia kura. Na nikapatia underdog kura, so but he never won.
You see, again, that particular process in my mind, I had to gel with it. I had to give myself reasons why I was participating in the process. But after I'd voted the first time and second time, and later on now, when multi-party came into being, what I found interesting, the actual day of the election was one of the nicest days I ever had. Because I was in the queue with people from some very early in the morning. And we were chatting away the whole time.
And do you know what, City? That is what we are going to do in the next election. Not only when you are chatting, since we'll be doing TikToks, we'll be dancing, we'll be playing games, and that's just to tell you that we are going to come out to vote.
You see, that's why when someone tells me that our elections are problematic, I'm saying, no, it is not. We vote very peacefully.
Yeah.
It is after we have voted
that the problem
that's when our problems begin. And it doesn't begin when you're counting the votes for the MC or the MPs. It's when you start counting the vote for the president. That is where now our problem, in fact, not even the counting pia inaga shida. It is the tallying.
It's the tallying.
Yes. That is, or aggregating, not even the tallying, because tallying is done at the polls. You're told
at the polls.
This is what this person has gotten
in this area.
But every time I have gone to vote, Bwana, the discussions we have, and it is clear we are voting for different candidates. We even discuss why. That whole process, the queue moves. You are sitting and you are chatting. It is actually a very pleasant day.
And we are looking forward to it, as are the young people. And kumekuwa na the rumors or the talks that these people, okay, they've registered to vote, that they are definitely not going to come out. And I can tell people that the honest truth is the number, or they're going to be influx of people, the younger people, they are going to be there. If you were able to, I don't want to give the example of Tuko Kadi mobilizing 2.6 people.
In fact, why don't you pause and tell us, when you started the mobilization, what were the numbers? What were you aiming at? What were IBC's numbers? Because IBC had told us they have these projections that they have. And then tell us where we are now.
Okay, when we started, because we started on, when was it, 17th of March. The numbers that IBC was having was 200K newly registered voters. In March. That was in 17th March. Then, because our first ever activity happened on 17th March in Kasarani, the number was at 200K. But by the time I was coming, and IBC had a projection of registering 5.8 million people before the next election.
It wasn't 6.3 million?
No, 5.8 before the next election, that is next year, August 2027. They wanted to register 5.8. But when we were coming into picture, only 200K people had registered. And before the first month ended, that is between 17th March and 17th April, we had registered 1.3. That is the time I came here for that interview. Remember?
Yes.
By the time that activity was ending, we had registered 2.3. So adding 2.4, adding the 200K that IBC had registered, so it added to 2.6. And remember that the biggest number of registration, we did 6 days to the end of ECVR, when we started the countdown, when we started saying that 5 days to go, 3 days to go, 2 days to go, 1 day to go. And between those 6 days, we were able to reach more than almost 250,000 people as voters because of the work that we did. And it's true, we even created even some perception, because perception is the new reality. I hear people say like that. Some people believe that if that process ended, they are not going to register again. So there was that rush to go register for voting. And the FOMO, the fear of being left out, made a lot of young people to register for voting. And not only because it was the fear of missing out, they actively wanted to take part in the voting process. Because it's one thing going to register because people are registering, but it's another thing because you want to take part in the voting process. Like the same way CT said that he wanted to take part in the decision-making process, what is going to determine his life for the next 5 years. So the people, the 2.6, the 2.3 people who actually registered wanted to take part in the voting process. And the first step of voting process is registering to vote. So by the time that process was ending, the ECVR, we were at 2.6. And IBC themselves actually acknowledged what we did. And they said that we wouldn't have gotten this number if the mobilization of some parties like Tuko Kadi came into board. And they thanked us for what we did, and they were actually happy for what we did, because 2.6 in 1 month, 2.3 in 1 month has never happened in Kenya. And I don't think is going to happen again if we stop doing what we are doing.
Let me ask you, in interaction with these potential voters, what is that one thing that you realize? Because I'm sure you must have learned something from these folks. Yes, you're saying that they want to change their lives for the next 5 years, but did it give you a different insight from what you knew, for example, during your time in Kibra?
The biggest thing that I've learned from these people is more of a question than observation. These people are registering to vote. 2.3 million people register to vote. Now the biggest question is, who are we voting for?
Okay.
So who are we voting for from the aspect of there are a lot of these people on the ballot. If you can count the presidential aspirants who have presented themselves right now, they are almost 10. They're almost 10. But now the question is, who are we voting for? Because if we vote collectively, then we are in a position of winning. But if we vote divided because we have a long list of people, then it's easy for somebody else to win. So the bigger question is, who are we voting for? And another question is, it's not only at the presidential level, but who are we voting for at the MCA level, at the MP, the senator, the women rep, the governor? So who are we voting for?
And how do we get to know who we are voting for?
Now that's a bigger problem, and that's a bigger challenge, because I might come here and tell you that vote for me. It's because I'm looking for my vote. But the truth is, we have a lot of competent leaders who are presenting themselves as alternative leaders. So until the electorate comes to the point of saying that we are going to vote in leaders, not politicians, then we are going to have the Kenya that we want. For example, we have at least 10 presidential candidates right now, yes? Of course, the majority of them are crooks. The majority of them are the people that we don't want. But there's a certain percentage, a certain fraction of people that you can clearly tell that these are leaders. These are the people who are progressive. Because again, we have a lot of people who are retrogressive in that list.
Actually, let me just ask this question in a different way. You as Alan Ademba, how will you determine that this is a personal vote for president? This is my woman rep, and this is my MP, senator, and all those positions you've mentioned?
I think the first thing that I'm going to look for is just, there are two. Competency and track record.
Okay.
So because I'm not going to vote somebody that is not even competent enough to hold this MCA position. So the moment I see you, you've presented yourself as alternative leader, but you are competent enough to hold this position. Competence in the essence of even education.
Okay.
Because tunapatanga tunachagua a governor mwenye they can't even write their names.
Do we have such governors, Kweli Adams?
We have governors who can't say sentences in English. We are, of course, we know we have the kina. Okay, I don't want to name drop.
Please don't.
It's going.
You'll get us sued.
And
please don't. The last time someone mentioned a name here, nilitumiwa barua. But
and I don't want to be the person who trends for maybe name dropping or.
But surely, the question, what I was questioning is, do we really have governors who cannot even string together a coherent sentence in English?
Okay, I'll love to name
ignore
drop.
that question.
I'd love to name drop, but sitaki kuweka.
Alright, twende.
Sawa.
Yes.
But we have to look at the competency level of the people that we are electing. For example, if we are looking at a governor, this is somebody that is going to head a whole county. For example, Nairobi County has 17 constituency. You can't just give that leadership role to anybody.
I agree completely.
Yeah. And
are you suggesting that right now we've given it to anybody?
Yes, we have given it to anybody because you can clearly tell we've given it to anybody. And we also have to look at the track record, of course.
Okay.
Because if we are electing you for the first time, it will be hard for us to look at the track record. So we are going to look at the competency, your education of it. But if you have been serving,
yes,
you are an MP, how many bills have you presented? Because kuna MPs hata wajui hata hiyo bill making process, honestly. I might not say that mimi najua vizuri because I'm not into that position, but you can clearly tell unapatanga kuna MP ameongea mara mbili since aingie kwa hiyo parliament. Does it mean that ananga vitu za kusema or anything that is being said there?
Okay, ninaweza kuwa sija present any bill in parliament.
Yeah, but you're working.
But I'm very active in the debate process. I can either shoot down a bill or I can support a bill and not just say yes or no.
Isn't that the same thing that we saw? Isn't that the same thing that we saw when the DP was being impeached? They're just people who just waited to vote yes or no.
That's what I'm saying. Apart from just standing up and saying I support this bill because inasaidia Wakamba sana, maybe like give something tangible in my debate. See, that is also part of.
But that is still good. But let me say you are an MP of an constituency in Ukambani.
Yes.
But all the 5 years that you've been there, there's nothing tangible that tunaweza sema huyu amefanya hii for this constituency.
Okay.
Huyu alifanya hii for this constituency. Hata tufike the basic levels za kuangalia MPs, that is the bursaries. We can't even tell the hizi bursaries zimetumiwa.
Okay.
Unapata, of course watapeana few bursaries huwa zinapeanwa, but the time they are given ni photo ops na vitu kama hiyo.
Okay.
But if you can't even tell us easy bursaries are these 5 years, even though they nimezitumia for this year, for the next year, because honestly tunataka tutoke from the point of talking about personality politics to issue politics when it comes to these people.
Last night there's a viewer, one of our viewers who said something that we all think about, by the way, but I think he summed it in one sentence. He said we need to evaluate our potential candidates and of course even those who've been working on their responsibilities and not necessarily their promises. And I think for me that was the most beautiful thing I could ever read last night, because if we look at, let's start with an MCA or an
MP.
An MP and a senator. Their work is legislation, representation, and of course oversight, yes. So if we judge candidates on those three aspects, forget the promises, forget I'll give you so many bursaries, forget the roads that they promise and the hospitals they promise, because they never do it anyway. If we just judge on those three, then I think we would be moving forward. I don't know what you think about that.
And that is why when it came to MP, I talked about legislation, not the promises. You see, what are the legislative roles that nimefanya in that parliament? For example, let me give this one. I can say Senator Crystal Asige, sindio?
Okay.
She's there to represent a certain group of people.
Yes.
But on the bills that this brilliant woman has presented over the time,
that she's been there,
just the tuna clock 5 years, you can clearly tell what she has done. Watu kama kina Okiya Mtata, you can clearly tell that these people are always in court fighting for the people. And being in court is not even enough, but tuseme tuko na something, we are developing policies on education.
Yes.
wewe ni MP wangu. What was your take in this policy that was developed tukaletewa CBC? Ulifanya nini? What was your input wakati tuliletewa the new funding model? Okay, maybe that haiko involve. You are there in a certain committee that is for health na vitu kama hiyo. So what was your input? Like, what has been your input? What are the sum of the things, the roles, according to your constitutional roles? Umefanya nini? I think that will be better than kuambia mtu ulitu promise barabara iko wapi, because utasema utapata MP na promise barabara, not MP, MC na promise barabara. Atatoa wapi barabara?
Na anajua
constitutionally atatoa wapi barabara?
Haya, now that we understand that aspect, at least you and I understand that. Does the average voter that you interact with understand that?
Honestly, I can say that it depends with the at a location. I can honestly say that a few percentage, and I'm big on a few percentage of people actually understand that, and that's why.
Can we give it a scale? Maybe from 0 to 10?
0 to 10, only 5%. Actually, 5 is big.
You mean from 0 to 10 we take 5?
Yeah.
So that's 50% of the people that you interact with.
Yeah, but I still feel like that's a bigger number.
Why?
I've interacted with people. Interacted with people in different locations, and I don't want to base on Nairobi. Unaenda somewhere ushago mashinani. These people, they understand that kazi ya MCA ni bursaries, and that's how where it ends.
So there's a lack of civic education.
There's lack of civic education.
And
that's
political
why,
education.
Yeah, and political. And that's why when we are doing these things, for example, when we go to mashinani somewhere, because I've been able to travel a lot kwa nchi, it's only that this I don't post a lot.
Yeah.
When you interact with these people, the first thing that you have to, I usually work with the constitution. Unafungua hata chapter 6 unafunza about integrity na vitu kama hiyo, that this is what the MPs should do. These are the roles of these people, and we actually engage with these people.
Yeah.
Now that is on the side of civic, that ukienda kuchagua MCA asikuja kudanganya na hii ndio roles zake. But remember, you cannot interact with everyone at the same time.
Sure.
Another thing now is the political education that I'm really grateful that you've asked. So I'm developing, it's more of a program that we are about to start doing. It's called the Aspirants Baraza. So the Aspirants Baraza is just barazas of different young aspirants across the country that want to vie for this position. It doesn't matter which position, MCA, MP, women rep, senator, governor, as long as you're a young person and you want to vie as a first-time representative in no matter the house that you want to represent. So for the Aspirants Baraza, we are going to bring these people together. It doesn't matter again which party you're from. You can be from UDA, you can from DCP, you can from ODM, from any other party that exists there, Kina Safina, but we bring these people together. You want to vie for MCA seat. Do you even know the basic step that you're supposed to take? Leave alone the campaigns, leave alone the campaign financing, leave alone making people to actually like you na vitu kama hiyo. But do you even know the process of registering with IBC as an MCA aspirant? And if you want to vie, why do you want to vie actually? Why do you want to vie? What are the gaps that you've noticed in the current leadership that you want to replace it? So these barazas, we are going to, because I cannot be the teacher, of course, but we are going to have experience, of course, experienced political practitioners. For example, somebody like Haman Manyora, who has been here, they have been there. And some people who actually understand constitution, na vitu kama hiyo, teaching these people. And we also bring in experienced political or retired politicians. For example, bring in Kivuda Kibwana, somebody like them. Those are professors in this area. They teach these people. And it's something that when I interact with these people, they're just saying that kumekuwa na hiyo gap. Now that we are bringing it, they're really happy to join. And it's not something that is going to be extravagant at a 5-star hotel. Uko tu kwenye tuko, if you are going to do it chini ya mti ni hapo tu. Because as long as ukipata education chini ya mti, the same na mtu amepata education. If it's the same information, mwenye mpata kwa 5-star. Yeah.
And how do you think you will be able to integrate what we currently have in terms of technology and social media? Because that, again, is where a lot of young people are.
Wow. We are actually banking on using social media the most. First of all, we have to do what you guys do. we have to, if possible, we can live stream or go live. But that's if possible, because live streaming or going live is expensive, right? Unless we say to and live na TikTok. But the thing is, we are going to document these things and we put them out. For
You'd
example,
be shocked. You'd be shocked. You see, the same way you get vehicles to take you around the country. I'm sure there are a lot of well-wishers if you know how to look for them, because I also don't know.
No,
But
currently no. I've been trying to learn a lot on how to look for them, and they actually reach out to me.
You could live stream. It can be a breeze.
But that's not even because we are also looking at, for example, tukimaliza vitu, we have to document them. For example, we had a session that had Kivuta Kibwana, had people like Aman Manyora and other experienced politicians. We document those things. And we tell them that if you want to learn about this, please go watch this. And of course, tutakuwa na watu, we are young people. All we do is content creation na vitu kama hiyo. So I think aspirants baraza is the next thing that we're going to do, but it's kind of expensive and difficult because it inataka a lot of traveling.
Do you see yourself achieving that though before the next election?
We might not achieve it 100%, but if we achieve it 30%, that we should have tried. We've tried.
Adams, you've talked about how it is the yardstick you are going to use and the details you will require of people who want to present themselves for elections. What do you plan to do after they've been elected?
What we plan to do after the election?
You've elected them. They have met this. They've met the criteria you've set. Now they've been elected. What then do you do?
I was looking at something that happened in, was it Zambia or Zimbabwe, where they were able to take like 70% of young people to the parliament through a program that was championing for young people to go to the parliament for representation. And they actually achieved it. They took a lot of young people to the parliament, but where they went wrong is they didn't have plan of after they've joined the politics when they've been elected, because the moment some of them joined is of course tumombele na vitu kama hiyo. This normal problem that we face in Kenya once you elect somebody. So okay, the moment we elect you, it's very difficult for us to do anything.
Why?
Unless we can recall you, unless we can initiate an impeachment motion against you, unaelewa? I don't think there's anything.
The reason why I asked this question, if you look at what is happening in the political realm right now, the different sides of what we refer to as the opposition, there's nothing united about them, so I will not refer to them as the united opposition. But the thing, the actual opposition is not these politicians.
It's the people.
It's actually the people.
Yeah.
It is it is civil society. It is individuals. They are the ones who are applying pressure. It's them who apply pressure. The politicians come and take credit for it, but they're the ones who are applying pressure. Now, that is a role that must be made with every progress that we make. What you are doing now is generationally correct. I'm going to explain what I mean. When people are young is when they are most aligned to ideas and the things that require change. When you're an ancient crocodile like myself, the status quo is what we prefer. Okay? We have had changes with the constitution. We brought in multipartyism.
Yeah.
These were monumental changes.
Yes.
People suffered. People paid heavy prices for them. The thing we never did in all these changes was the vigilance that comes with the question I have asked you. You have got it. What then do you do? Changes must be protected.
So I was to answer you on the aspect of we are going to, of course, I would not to put it as vigilance, but I think vigilance is the best term. I was going to put in the term of now the citizens taking responsibility in ensuring accountability from their leaders.
How do you do it?
First of all, it's just enlightening these people that you elected these people and you have the power to take them out of these offices. Because the moment the electorate understand that he is powerful than the person sitting on that desk, there's nothing that the person sitting on that desk can do.
What are you fighting against? Because the electing leaders, they understand. Do the citizenry understand that they have a role to play beyond electing? Because Yes.
The biggest percentage don't understand.
Precisely.
The
Now,
biggest percentage.
how do you get the citizenry to understand that, in fact, the really difficult task is not electing? It is making sure that after this person is elected, they actually deliver.
Now, what we're doing is, we cannot say that we are 100. Let me say, we try to do is now making them understand, because we've not. Kenya is made of 56 million Kenyans, so the smallest percentage of people that we interact with, those are some of the conversations that we are having with them. There's a time we were having conversation somewhere in Homa Bay with these people, and we are telling them, do you even know that it is possible for Kenyans themselves to call impeachment for the president? The Constitution provides that we just need 1 million signatures from registered voters. You find that citizens are wajui here. So the moment you make them understand, the moment you get them vigilant and tell them that the biggest role is not putting these people in the office. Your biggest role is making sure these people work the moment you put them in these offices. It's making sure that when you read their manifestos, make sure they work according to their manifestos. And because their manifestos might not be the best way to put them, also understand the Constitution. What are their roles? Well, if the moment the citizenry understand all those things, it's going to be very difficult for the politicians to actually take them for granted. The moment we make them as mad, as angry as possible.
Actually, knowledge is really the weapon here, because if you take it to the level of the president and MPs, you may be taking it far. MCA is probably your relative at home.
Your jirani.
It's somebody you know. Or you know the parents. They're not strangers. But so long as people believe that the role they play is in electing, and then they leave it to this wonderful leader to do good by them, mistake.
Yeah, that's a big mistake.
They do good by you when they know there are consequences for not doing good by you. And I'm not talking about this violence that you young people like, of burning people's houses and no, not that.
Yeah.
Not that. What do you achieve by? Okay, you've burnt the house, and then
they're just going to
see,
rebuild.
they will be afraid of you. The next time they want to.
Are they afraid of us though? And we burnt their house the last time.
Not really. The empowerment that knowledge gives you in this instance is getting people to understand. And it can't be in a day, in a week. It has to be just as consistent as the campaigning to get people to actually register. As they register, it's an opportunity for you to tell them the weight of the registration and the even bigger weight of the vote. And what it is that you actually do when you vote. And that also comes with the responsibility for the person who wants this vote of yours, because you're giving them something very valuable. We must value the vote, and the citizenry must understand the value of that vote. And that vote doesn't end at the ballot. It doesn't end at the polling station. No.
We carry it forward.
Of course, in the absence of that vote, this person doesn't have a job. So you are responsible for this person's job. And since they are your employee, then you must make sure that they do what you told them to do. Now, the focus, and I suggest, is on understanding that these people we refer to as leaders, we elect them so that they can lead. But until we see them leading, we who have given them the job must insist that they do what we've told them to do. Our people are elected and then they behave as though they are our lord. They are not. They are not. They are servants. And they must behave like servants, and they must do what they've been told to do by the sovereign. Now, that is the difficult shift, because we think that we elect lords. Lords don't need to be elected. Their jobs are hereditary. Your father was a lord. By virtue of that position, you take over. But so long as we elect you, it is not an easy task. But you know why it must be done? If we think that our politics is going to be around us looking for people to blame, we will not move. We must find ways of ensuring that we understand that the responsibility that a politician has is dependent on, or fulfilling is dependent on us playing our role in holding them to account, so that they know that this has to be done.
There's a comment, several actually. Let me just read some of them. Daughter of Africa, Maisema, good day, RG citizens. Then Laban Guardiola says, someone to talk about public participation. Because of late, there are those who say it is not necessary. Like yesterday, they brought participatory versus I don't know representative democracies. Hebron Okango amesema Kasarani locked in. Edward Smith says, why vote for an illiterate ICC suspect? I will never vote until your society sobers up. Victor Lesasuyana amesema, by the way, movie, do our candidates need a degree certificate to vie for any seat? So I'll go back to this one for public participation. You see, these are some of the things that citizens need to know, and especially when to actually be on the lookout for public participation, because I have realized that no one will definitely will come looking for you and tell you, but you know what, movie, participate. No, imefika mahali sasa sisi ndio tukue vigilant,
tunatafuta kwenye ziko
tunakuwa rada, tunajua okay, there's a bill currently in parliament na history by the ya kukuwa clueless as far as our laws and our politics is concerned. I think Kenyans now need to transcend from that, because it is actually costing us. Because we see, like I was asking City here, did you hear during the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua of public participation? Because I didn't.
Nobody was aware that it happened.
But how can you be aware of something which didn't happen?
See, but court imesema ilifanyika. High court ilisema.
So wanajua what the
but courts are just presented with papers. Courts hawaendangi kufanya investigation huko.
No, that is very true.
Yeah.
They go by what has been brought
to them.
So and perhaps there was, because maybe the three of us in this studio we are the ones who don't know. So we need to be on the lookout for these things. Then kuna huyu mwenye amesema, why vote for an illiterate? You remember that question I was asking you? Do people know who they're supposed to vote for?
They don't.
But also I recognize that what you're looking for in a leader might not be what I am looking for in that particular leader. Maybe I'm voting that leader, like City said, because he's my cousin, he's my brother or my sister or my mother. So me, I will vote for my own.
Yeah.
By the time ni vote mtu mwingine, tutakuwa tumeexhaust wetu. So again, various reasons, and then there's that whole issue of sympathy voting. Kuna mtu anasema hata kiora tuvotie tu Alans Ademba ki Alans
and that kitu amejaribu mara hiyo imetusumbua sana. Sympathy voting has given us bad leaders.
Tunaangalia tunasema ai hapana, wacha sasa tupatie Alans because bana City kitu ameshikilia sana. Then we give Alans regardless of whether Alans can deliver or not. So people vote for various reasons. That's why I was saying, as long as we understand those, for example, in the terms of our representatives, those three, my friend, even if I decide to vote for you as my brother, I will need to understand, like, you know, mseni kimpatie kura ata legislate, ata represent.
Anajua hiyo legislation ni.
Do our voters even think along those lines? You know,
they don't.
Things that theoretical.
They don't.
That's why I was asking him, when you interact with these folks, do they understand these things?
I love the question that you've brought, that do the voters actually think in that line? And when we interact with these people, do they actually understand these things? Okay, I'm trying to put it this way. It is true that most of our voters, the biggest percentage of our voters, have been conditioned to think along tribal line, mtu wetu, chama yetu, we are sympathy na vitu kama hiyo. But what we are trying to do is, I cannot correct some wrongs that were done in the past, but when we are registering these people, when we register 2.6 million people, and remember 2.3 million people is another bigger voting block. It's a voting block of itself that these politicians are finding ways to tap into, because the president won by almost 200k votes, right? So but sisi tumeleta 2.3 or 2.6 new voters,
yeah.
You see, and this is if you check the IBC's register, the demography is of the younger people, and this demography includes mtamezaliwa 208. Somebody born in 208 is actually 18 years right now, Sendio, is going to vote. It's going to be difficult for this politician to convince huyu jamaa pigia huyu because huyu ni Mkikuyu, pigia huyu because huyu ni Mjaluo. So what we can also bank on is that this 2.6, 2.3, doesn't matter the number, but the people who are registering right now is a voting block that you'll have to convince them with their ideas, with the manifesto, with the agenda, with the track record, with your competency level. And I'm not saying that it's 100% of these people, because again, we register people across the country.
Nikuchekesha Lance. There's a child. This child was below 10 years old. So we were just having a conversation around politics. Na nikamuuliza tu ile tu kimchezo, utapigia nani kura? And this child gave me a candidate. And I asked the child why.
One term.
No, it's not even about one term or two term. This person that the child gave me belonged to the child's tribe, their ethnicity. Kwa sababu gani? The household itavotia huyo character. Unaona? And because of the household, of course mtoto of course analamiki politics kutoka wazazi kwanza before afike ile age unasema ya 18
anajua ku differentiate.
Ndio sasa but chances are huo mtoto akiendelea kuishi kwa usisahau 18 year olds are still living with their parents.
Most of them.
Majority, si ndio? Chances are by the time this child gets to voting age, chances are, and I believe there are very high chances ata vote mali baba yake na mama yake watakuwa napiga kura.
Unajua mimi sina shida na hiyo. Can you choose from your tribe somebody
who can work?
Yes, by all means, even choose your relative, unless there's an absolute deficit of anybody in your among your relatives who cannot do that. Because if you want to vote for people you're familiar with, you want to vote for individuals who you can resonate with, can you at least set a standard that they should meet? Can they at least, we are good, let's take the view, I'm taking the view that they can all read and write, so tuachane na hiyo, okay? But okay. Now let's move slightly forward and say hawa watu ni watu who understand ya kwamba wakienda kule, this process of legislation ndio inaweza kusaidia ile development ikuje hapa. When you're talking about a budget, when they're going to debate, because even in the assemblies kuna debate na kuna budget, anaelewa ya kwamba that is where they need to participate so that hiyo ward yake ipate pesa to meet the needs, that sort of thing. Nothing wrong with somebody who wants to vote for this relative, but please just ensure kwamba anaweza kufanya hizo kazi ambazo zinatakikana.
And I agree with City. You know, yesterday again on the show I was talking about if our leaders had done that representation we were talking about and the legislation and the oversight, imagine Rex Masai would still be alive today and Albert Ojwang and whatever, because my MP should actually be protesting on my behalf. Mimi sifai kuwa huko kwa streets nikikula tear gas. Una get? Wewe ufai kuwa kwa streets ukikula tear gas. Fine, it is your right to picket and do all that. But you already have a member of parliament who you're already protesting what he is doing. So he's definitely not representing you the way he should be. And in terms of legislation, he's not legislating because clearly you are against that legislation. So he's doing a very poor job at legislation. And then the oversight part. I mean, again, if they had done good oversight, we wouldn't be having member of parliament wa Rex Masai, to be honest, na wale wengine wote ambao tumepoteza na wale wengine wamekuwa maimed na wamefungwa and they disappeared and stuff, those are the folks that should have been there. So again, if citizens don't understand those three functions, and especially for representatives, we shall talk about governors at one point and the president, we shall still be having these conversations next year same time.
But can we also normalize not only kuita mtu kama an MP to talk about matters of national interest kama health, but normalize now kuita the people from the public or the health sector ya government. For example, niseme right now, if we were to talk about something about health, can we normalize not bringing in Aden Duale? Yes, he's the CS, but normalize bringing in the cabinet secretary. No, the what are they called? The permanent secretaries, because I believe they do the most there. And not only to say that Akina Duale Pia should not be called because they had those nini, but I believe these people actually understand what happens than these people. And when tukisema pesa imetumiwa vibaya, should we normalize kuita watu kama kina control of budget, like the people actually give this money? But you know, these are things that we cannot expect from a normal citizenry. Not all of them, at least.
Unajua, the potential, we talk about the human resource in this country. If you look at the so-called rural areas where the vast majority of our population are, the number of people who actually have a good education to the point of the university level who are in the rural areas now wamekaa tu na wanafikiria what next to do ni wengi. And the numbers keep increasing.
Yeah.
The understanding of devolution was that watu kama hawa, because hakuna region ambayo haina devolved unit, which we call a county, that those counties and the people who run it and whom we choose and elect would have understood how they need to grow the economy so that opportunities for such people exist. That doesn't happen. The process of changing the way people think is how you change the way people behave. And the behavior is what we're talking about here. How we vote, whom we think we should vote for,
why we should vote.
Things like that. Because at the end of the day, the process has to be understood to be an ongoing one. You don't stop, and your role doesn't end when you have cast that particular vote at the ballot. No, it doesn't. In fact, that's the really heavy lifting begins once you've cast that vote. Because the moment somebody has power, it's not that they're bad people, it will influence them. Many of them, if they're there for the first time, they're going to experience things they've never experienced in their lives. They will change. Now, what you want to do is to ensure that when they change in the direction which benefits the community that voted for them. Because if not, they'll change in ways that you'll make them hate them within a period of even 6 months. Literally hatred. Yes.
Ombati Steven amekupatia some encouragement hapa, amesema please let Ademba know that he is doing a good job. Bringing change takes time and effort, but it is well worth it in the end.
Thank you, Mbati.
Sang naye amekwambia, did the guest give Gachagua green light to use Tuko Kadi?
No.
I agree with CT about demonstrations where looting property, destructions and burning vehicles done by Kenyans. Okay, I think alikuwa na make statement. But hii historia kupeana Tuko Kadi, kuna mtu ulipatia right? Okay, first of all, do you own any rights as far as Tuko Kadi is concerned?
Can anybody just anaweza tu kuwa na kadi?
Now, honestly, at this point, Tuko Kadi is something that I cannot control as a Demba. So hata leo, you remember, I was nilipigwa vita online because I said Rigathi Gachagua is not an option when I was using Tuko Kadi. And that's the worst week I've ever had online. And the honest truth is, I wouldn't encourage politicians to use Tuko Kadi. But again,
why?
You really can. And that's why I want to say again, if you encourage people to vote, it's the same thing as if I encourage people to vote. It only depends on why you encourage people to vote. If you are city, you're encouraging people to vote in Bungoma because you vie in Bungoma. That means city, you are not going to encourage people to vote in Nyanza. You see? But if Ademba is encouraging people to vote, I will encourage people from your ward, from my ward, because I'm not vying for this position. So when Gachagua is using Tuko Kadi, he's definitely looking for votes.
But you see, again, we can look at it differently. Fine, I might be a very bad politician. But I encourage, I will just give an example. So I could be a very bad, unscrupulous, corrupt, I kill people. But at the end of the day, I am telling people wachukue kadi.
Which is good.
Because I am hoping that kwa hizo kadi nitavotiwa. Si ndio? But pia Wakenya si wajinga. Si wanajua huyu jamani muizi ni muuaji na yale mengine. So watachukua kadi because nimewa encourage, but sitapata kura.
You know, when you start something in the nature of Tuko Kadi, the moment it's out there, it ceases to belong to you.
Yeah, and that's what I've come to
completely
get it.
It's like the moment you are a politician.
We do this again tomorrow, same time. Ademba, parting shot.
Okay, to everyone that is out there that is watching this or will watch this, voter registration did not end when the enhanced continuous voter registration ended. Voter registration is still very much going on at the constituency level, at the different IBC offices. For example, if you are in Nairobi, you can just walk into the anniversary towers where there are IBC headquarters, and no matter where you are, you can be registered to vote in different parts of the country. So voter registration is still much going on at the constituency level. So if you have people who want to register, please take them at the IBC constituency level na vitu kama hizo. But also mimi pia najaribu ku encourage people to register for voting. So if you have an activity that you see watu ni wengi, we can register them. Just text me on social media or give me a call. Tutakuja na IBC and we'll register people. But the thing is, we have to take care of our future. We are the citizens of the future, so we have to take care of that future.
All right. What more can I say? See you tomorrow bright and early.
Yeah.